Hello. Hello. Welcome. Good morning. And thank you for coming. Thank you for braving the heat and the travel warnings. Quite a few people did email to say they couldn't come because of that, so you are the brave ones, and we appreciate that. And that's why we've got the AC here, so hopefully we're going to be pretty cool all day. So as you may have noticed, we are no longer in London. Our first 2 years, we did this conference in London, and it was great, but it just didn't have the right vibe, so we have decided to move it to a better city, which is Brighton, which is James's hometown. It has a really good community, a really good tech community. Everyone seems super friendly, and it's by the beach, so you can't really complain. So a quick bit of background about us. So I'm Kieran, and this is James. We're the co-founders of Create With. Many moons ago, we started our careers dressing like this in corporate jobs where we were using other people's software all the time. I was a spreadsheet jockey. James was a product manager. We were very frustrated ideas people. We had all these ideas, but we could never make them reality. Fast forward to today, and actually over the last 6 or 7 years, we discovered that we could actually build software without needing to know how to code. And we used loads of no-code tools, and now we're using AI and no-code to build all kinds of stuff. And we've also discovered an amazing community of empowered people who are doing the same. Everyone's from different backgrounds, and it's just so interesting to meet everyone and find out what they're working on. This is why we do what we do. Our core belief is that software used to be built by the few for the many, and now the person who feels the problem can build the fix. Now, if you think of any time you've had to use a piece of software and struggle with it, and it just wasn't doing what you wanted it to do, all the people who've never really had any software built for them because their need wasn't big enough to justify some VCs investing money, that is hopefully going to go away with the advent of all this new technology we have.
Yeah, and we really take that to heart because literally everything that we do at the conference is enabled by AI, basically. So whether it's agents, all the software that runs all the screens and the scheduling, the attendee app, any videos or ads or social media you've seen, it's just the two of us, and we kind of do this in our spare time. So without AI, it wouldn't really be possible. So we really try and kind of like use it ourselves to run everything, and then share what we've learned as well with it. One of the things we've started this year, which we really wanted to do with our move to Brighton, is to try and show how AI can actually help the community, really. So we've partnered with 3 local non-profits in Brighton for our hackathon. We had an online version of the hackathon last week, and the entries were frankly unbelievable, like what some of the stuff that people have built. And there's going to be a live one here later today where you can join in and build an app in half an hour. And it's quite shocking, the quality of what you can build in half an hour with a clear brief. So really excited for that. And a special thank you again to our sponsors, otherwise this just couldn't happen. Bubble and Glide have been with us since the very beginning in London when we were called No Code UK 3 years ago, and they've really supported us on this journey. It wouldn't be possible without them. And we're really thankful to Softer, Moment, and Make for sponsoring the after party as well, because yeah, it just couldn't happen, so we're really, really grateful to them. And of course, everyone here in a purple shirt you'll see is everyone's a volunteer. We're kind of we're not like a professional event organisers by any stretch of the imagination. So it wouldn't be possible without all these amazing volunteers that have signed up to come and help today. So thanks so much to them. It's really, really awesome.
So we got some feedback last year that the introduction talk was a little bit flat and a little bit lacking in charisma. Thanks, Mum. So we have got our most charismatic and energetic friend all the way from America, via Barcelona to come. And Kelly is going to host this stage for the whole day. She's also going to talk you through some of the things you need to know now. So thank you very much. Welcome, Kelly.
Hey, guys. Oh, okay. I didn't expect all the things. Hi. Hello, everyone, and welcome. I'm really happy to be here. I'm really excited to not be doing a talk this year. This is a much easier job. Because I'll be on this stage, you'll see my face a lot, just a tiny, tiny bit about me. I'm a software developer. I've been a developer for the past several years and a designer, and I build primarily on Bubble. And, you know, over the last couple years, you know, we've all seen just AI has sort of swept into our lives, right? And I have seen my clients and my colleagues and myself just a little bit overwhelmed by that and what it means for our careers. I'm guessing some of you have that feeling. And so I'm really grateful that Kieran and James have built this thing. This space has been a place for me to make friends and connect with people and learn, obviously, learn a lot. But I think the people part is, for me, has been the most critical thing in this space. Impossible to know everything. And so if you have a community, it just helps you just like feel like a person still. So as you go through today, go to the talks, learn all this stuff, but say hi to the person next to you, make a friend, invite someone to lunch, say hi in the lobby, hang out in the lobby, don't hide, right? Cool, deal, sound good? Okay, great. There will be time in between the talks where you can do that, so we've built it in, okay, a few housekeeping things. Number one, everyone always wants the Wi-Fi. This is the Wi-Fi, there's the Wi-Fi. Cool, okay, we also have an app. This is gonna be really important for you to just know what the heck is going on. This is, now that you have the Wi-Fi, you just go to this, and there's your app, okay? It has the schedule, everything, it has a map, it has everything that you need. Now, about the schedule, there are 4 spaces that things are happening. This stage right here, there's a stage downstairs, and there are workshops that way, okay? There are people, there are signs, you'll be able to find it. But lots of stuff happening at the same time, and yes, all of this will be on the YouTube channel. I did not ask that that's gonna happen, but everything is gonna be on the YouTube. Yeah, okay. So don't stress if you miss something. You will be able to see it after the fact. So that was the morning, this is the afternoon, stuff happening all day. Now, map of the venue, this also is in the app, but again, you know, there's lots of signs everywhere, sorry. So if you have questions, if you're not sure where something is, just find a purple shirt. Cool? It's clear who everyone is, I think. Okay, now, starting right after this first session, there is a hackathon happening that way in one of the workshop rooms. If you're like kind of wanting to build something today, if you want to get your hands dirty a little bit, it's a 30-minute hackathon. Like, fun, cool, right? Go do it, build something. And there's people there who are going to be able to sort of, you know, co-build with you, right? So that'd be a fun opportunity. Tomorrow, there's a conference in this very space that we're partnering with, and they're going to announce the winners of the hackathon tomorrow. So also come to the conference tomorrow. I'll be there, we'll be there. Might as well come. Okay, and this is the fun part. Well, it's all fun, right? In your experience today, in order to meet people, if you're not like the most outgoing person, if you're not like really wanting to just like walk up to people, you can do it with technology. The guys have built this really fun game. It's called Face Hunt. So QR code it. There's a selfie element. Just do it. It's fun. Cool? Okay, everyone got it? You gotta get it? Okay, get it? Get it? Get it? It's also in the app. Okay, lunch. Lunch, in order to keep the price of the conference as low as we could, we're not doing lunch at the center this year, okay? So you're on your own for lunch. There's lots of spaces around where we are right now. And there's a break on this stage at about, I think it's like 12:45. I can't remember, it's in the app. So you can just head out, grab some lunch, come back, take a friend, meet a friend, invite someone to lunch, or skip lunch, just go to all the stuff. Maybe just grab a snack, whatever you want to do, right? Okay. Okay, and after the events of the day, it is crucial that everyone come and hang out at the after party. That's, I would say, maybe the most important part of the day. Okay, so that's it from me. I'm going to introduce our first speaker, my old friend, JJ Englert. So JJ has been a builder forever. Forever.
Feels like that.
And JJ is one of those people who just like knows what's happening and kind of what's about to happen and then just sort of does it, right? He's a role model for me in that way. So I'm excited for you guys to hear from JJ and enjoy. JJ.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I am JJ, and I'm so excited to be here with you all today. I want to give a shout out to Kieran and James again. Incredible people. I've known them for about 4 or 5 years, and actually a lot of people in this room, we've grown up in the industry together. We've shipped our first apps together. We've shared feedback. We've taught each other. And it's just been an incredible community that we've built here. And I hope you all feel it, experience it, and make friends today. Because as Kelly was saying, it's just one of the best parts. We're all becoming builders now, and you're going to see the journey of the last 7 years, where we've come and what's possible today. But having that community, having that friendship with you of just, hey, I'm stuck here, can you help out? That really makes a difference. So I think all of you, just by being here today, you're already winning in that aspect. So I am JJ, and I am an AI trainer at 10X. I travel around the country, and I help Fortune 500 companies figure out what AI is, what to do with it, what it means for our company, their company, and then how to train people. But I have kind of like a weird story because I don't have a CS degree. I'm not trained in AI. I was previously a non-technical founder, and I kind of found my way here. And so hopefully by the end of this story, you'll feel that if someone like me that doesn't come from a technical background, that's not technically trained in this, can do it, hopefully you can do it too. So I actually started my career as a filmmaker. I was in Los Angeles. I was making movies. That was like a good life. I didn't think I would get into tech. And then in 2017, I had an idea for a very, very simple app. But I didn't know anything about applications. I didn't know any developers. I didn't know anything like that. And so I was like asking friends, where do I get started? Can I just do a WordPress thing, whatever? And they're like, I don't know. And so I got connected with someone. And he used to be an old Microsoft developer. And he's like, oh, you got to build it with .NET and all this kind of stuff. And I was like, okay, great. But I had no idea what I was doing. So he's like, it's going to be like $50,000. And I was like, well, okay, let's figure it out. I got to go a couple here. I skipped a little bit, but that's fine. And so I'll come back to that. But got there. All right. So, sorry, I skipped. I'm going to come back here. I'll get back there. So, after traveling across the country, people are thinking like how I got there, how I became this guy. Not technically trained or anything like that. I don't have a computer science degree. And people think I'm smart. I'm not. I just use the tools. I take the time on weekends and nights and just do what I can to get ahead. And I spent that time, I fell in love with that process along the way. And when I learn something, I try to share it with other people. And recently, my grandma was like, hey, what do you do? No one really knows what I do. They just see me traveling. And I'm like, well, Grandma, do you remember when the internet was born and everybody had to figure out how to use the internet? People were scared of it. They didn't know what to do with it. They didn't know what it meant, but they just knew that it was important and that they needed to start using it. And I was like, well, that's what I do now. I help people learn how to use the internet, use AI. I help them figure out what it means for them. I help them figure out how to use it in their business. And it's just so important. It's become what I think is this. And it's just one of those things where back then you needed to have, on the resumes, it's like Excel or Python, the skills that you needed, and now it's AI. And it's just very, very important skill. So, for those that have an idea that they wish they existed, just raise your hand. Like, hey, I have this idea that I wish I could build. Anyone in the room? Okay, cool, cool. How many first-time builders do we have here? Awesome, awesome. So by the end of today, I really hope that for the first-time builders, you're able to build that idea. You're going to have a ton of workshops, a ton of training, a ton of use, etc. And then for those builders that are already here, I think you're also going to find out how to build better. You're going to be connected with more community members, and generally, leave this room more inspired as well. So new builders and experienced builders alike, it's a really good day for everyone. So I didn't always start here, and again, I think I'm the last person you might expect to build something. So taking you back to kind of where it was, now we're catching up to where I fast forward to earlier. So back in my filmmaker days, I loved being a filmmaker, and I wanted to build this startup. And so as a filmmaker, I was traveling around the country, most of the United States, filming and place to place. And each time I stopped to go to a new place, I needed to find local film crew. So hair and makeup artists, lighters, gaffers, etc. And so I was like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if there was an online marketplace where I could find and hire people, right? And so that's where I got quoted to build this software marketplace for $50,000. We're caught up now. So I had raised the $50,000, figured I could make it happen. And then after 6 months, we had a home page, a sign-up page, a login page, and just about nothing else. And it was very clear to me at that point that I didn't know how to do anything. I didn't know how to build anything. I had very little money, comparatively so, and we had gotten not far at all. But I just fell in love with that process. When I got started as a filmmaker, I liked it because I could take my ideas, I could write it down, and I could film it, and I could bring it alive. And now building software, I was taking my ideas, writing it down, sketching it, and designers were bringing it to life. And I was like, man, I really like this process. I want to keep going. And I think I probably should have stopped. But this is where I doubled down. And long story short, I spent the next 12 months raising money. Angel investors, VC investors, went to San Francisco, all that kind of stuff. And I had a good amount of money in the bank afterwards. But at the core thing, that process in 2017, 2019 was broken. As a non-technical builder, we had to work with developers, we had to pay them, and the development life cycle was very long. I'd submit an idea, they'd say, hey, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 months, etc. And if you were to do that idea, you needed to get it right. If I spent 3 months building a feature, that feature better work, because I don't have much money left after that, so if that doesn't work, it's hard, right? And it was my company, and I couldn't even control it. If a customer came to me and was like, hey, I need you to change something, I needed to do it, and that was really frustrating. And so I spent the whole time in that period, 2 years, of like, I just wish I could build it. I just wish I could build it. And I always had that feeling that I'm just not smart enough, that I just couldn't do it. And I think some of us maybe have told themselves a version of that at some point. I think it's a natural feeling. And there's several points in my journey that I have felt this, of just, I'm not smart enough. Coming out of high school, I wasn't good in engineering, I wasn't good in science or math or anything, and so I wanted to be, but I didn't think I was smart enough, and so I went another path. But with very little money left, and I didn't want to admit defeat yet. I didn't want to go back to my investors and say, hey, I failed. I didn't want to do all this stuff. And so that was kind of where I felt like I was pushed over. And it's like, I need to learn how to build. Otherwise, none of this is going to happen, and I got to admit failure. So at that time, I was looking for a platform to learn. This was about 2019, 2020. Looking for a platform where I can learn one platform, and I could build everything. Workflows, databases, UI, etc. And do you guys remember, some of the OGs in the room will remember the blog articles from Bubble of like, build an Airbnb in 1 day, or build something, right? And so I found one of those articles. I was like, oh, if a blog article pages teaches you how to build Airbnb. I think I could build this as well, right? And so that's how I learned about Bubble. And then I went to Udemy, and I found a course from Gregory John. Raise your hand if you've learned from Gregory John in this room. All right. So Gregory John he was my teacher when I learned in 2020. He worked for Bubble for a bit, really great educator. And 3 lessons into that Udemy course, I remember thinking, wow, like I can do this now? I went from like talking to a developer of now just dragging and dropping onto the screen. And I remember shouting to my wife, who's here, in fact, she's over there. Shout out to my wife. I was like, wow, can you believe this? Like, I'm actually doing this now. I'm signing a user up. I'm creating this. And like, I just got so enamored by the process. Nights, weekends, everything, I was building and building and building. And so all that technical stuff that I used to talk to my developers, now I was that person. I was hooked, and I couldn't stop doing it. I got super swagged up, and it became my whole life for a while, and it still kind of is, right? So going back to originally in 2019, I love this one because I remember talking to my developer. I was like, hey, can you just sign people up with Google for me? And he's like, yeah, it's probably going to be like 30 to 40 hours, like $5,000 to $6,000. And I'm like, well, okay, we just won't do that one. And then in Bubble, all of a sudden, it's literally one click. You just put it there and you sign up. And I'm like, oh. So that was another one of those moments of like, I think I'm on the right track here, right? And so all the crazy ideas I had in my head, I started building. I started building web apps. I started building marketplaces and all educational apps and all that kind of stuff. In fact, that company that I raised $300,000 for, that I tried to build for 3 years, that eventually ran out of money, within 6 months, I built it. And then by month 9, I had generated more money with that company than I ever had with the other one. And then by month 12, I had sold that company. So that was a long way to say that being able to get the power of being a developer really just fast-forwarded me and just took my ideas to the next level. So now in 2021, I have been using almost every no-code tool possible. A lot of them are here today: Bubble, Zapier, Softer, Make, etc. And I'm now working as a full-time builder. Non-technical dude is leading teams of engineers and no-code developers as a full-time builder. I built fintech startups. I built marketing platforms. I built a lot of things. And right about this time, I had felt the urge to make an even bigger impact. Again, being someone that's non-technical and going through that and experiencing that magic of like being a builder, I wanted to bring that to more people. And so that's when I joined Softer. Softer is one of the partners today. I was lucky to be with them for 2 years. And when I joined them, they had about 300,000 users. And throughout my 2 years there, we had built the academy, we built certifications, did online videos, workshops, et cetera, and we had grown to over 1 million users. And during that time, I helped Softer, who focuses on beginner builders, non-technical people, take their spreadsheets and build internal apps for the first time. And over again, I saw the fire in their eyes of, I'm now able to build things. I'm now able to do this. I now don't have to go to procurement to go find a new thing. I could just build it myself. I don't need to go to developers anymore. I could just build it myself. And so people that were waiting years for a dev team, that needed a budget, could just do it themselves. And that fire in their eyes, that keeps me going. That I still got that fire in my eyes. And I hope by the end of today, you guys, if you don't already have it already, get that fire in your eyes as well. So now we're in 2025, and this is when Cursor, the AI-powered IDE, was very popular. It still is. It's a great tool. And at that time, I had an idea for a new application that I wanted to build. It was a loyalty program where you could send push notifications to people. But this one required a custom build because no-code tools couldn't build the backend. So I worked with a partner. I was like, hey, I'll build the front end in no-code. You build the backend in code. And he's like, great. And then a month in, we had it almost built, and he's like, JJ, I just can't do it anymore. This is a side project. I need to do all this stuff. And so again, I was faced with that decision of, well, do I just shut this down, or do I figure out how to build the backend, which is custom code? And I had reached that point again where it was just like, am I smart enough to do this? Like, can I do this? And for a bit, I was like, I don't think I can. I think I just got to shut this down. And so that's where I was like, I got to give it a try. So I opened Cursor, and this time I was able to know what I wanted, and I was able to start speaking to it with AI. And Cursor has these AI agents that are able to build the code for you. And about a week later, I had rebuilt the whole thing and had launched it and had it live. And that was a moment last year where that fire reignited again of, I'm not smart enough. Oh, wait, I think I can do it, and I did it. And from that point on, I have been obsessed using AI to build with coding for me. And so I've been using Cursor and all the other tools along with no code to build for me. I was building Chrome extensions, apps, websites. And at this point in time in 2025, it got so fast at building things that I could actually start to build things just for myself. If I was doing something at work, I could build a Chrome extension to help me do the thing that I need to do faster in 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours. And I was building things just for myself. And over the last year, I've built over 50 different applications. I've only released like one of those. Because the ability that where we are right now in time, you are able to build quick enough and fast enough to keep it to yourself. And that's a crazy thing, to have personal software. So we're now at the place where you could build something in 30 minutes like our hackathon today, in a day, a weekend, a month. And it comes down to what do you want to build? What's worth building, right? And so by the end of 2025, AI got so good at coding, that's when the best engineers in the world stopped writing code by hand and started using AI to write the code for them. And over at 10X, we have an AI engineering division. All of our engineers now use AI, Claude Code or Codex, using multiple agents in parallel, working for them, running 24/7. And it's an insane place to see. After seeing so many people code by hand for years, where we are now with agentic engineering is crazy. And right around this time, Claude Code came out. And just like I got addicted with Cursor, I got addicted with Claude Code. And right about that time, early 2026, do you guys remember? It was like January break, Claude Code just blew up. 4.5 Opus came out, and I had become obsessed with it. And my buddy, well, not my buddy at the time, but Alex, a respected figure in the internet, was like, I'm going to launch a Claude Code community. Does anyone want to help? And I just raised my hand. I really know. And he responded to me. He's like, hey, what do you think? And within 24 hours, I had sent him my vision for the application. And he's like, yeah, this is great. Do you want to do this? And I was like, sure. And then within 72 hours, we had our first 500 members in the application. And that tweet went on to get over 600,000 views. And then within a week of that, Alex is like, well, I got to hire you now. You have to join this company. He goes, we only hire in New York City, but we're going to make an exception for you, and we're going to hire you because you just got to be hired. And so I joined 10X with that opportunity. And for me, that was like right place, right moment, yes, but I was also prepared for that moment. I had also been working, training nights and weekends for that moment. So if I needed to build something in 24 hours, I was able to, and I did. So since joining 10X, I've been traveling around the country, helping Fortune 500 companies figure out what AI is. I've been lucky to work with a lot of them, and I've been quite busy traveling. And so one of the things that I've found about working with these people, these companies, some public companies, some of the smartest people in the world is we're all figuring it out. I don't think anyone has the answers yet. No one has a perfect plan yet. I think AI is moving so fast that we're all trying to figure it out. And I think that's okay. I think we just need to give ourselves the time, the patience to figure it out and to be in the ring and to be there. Because like I said before, this is one of the most foundational skill sets of our lifetime. And I've continued to see this over and over again. I'm currently touring with Anthropic, going state to state, teaching small business owners how to use Claude Code and Claude Cowork. We've gone to 9 stops so far. We have another 20 in the fall. And each stop is about 200 small business owners. And just seeing them use AI for the first time, seeing these people that, technicians, all these other people that never have used technology, now able to use technology for their business, now able to use AI for their businesses with no technical training. Within an hour, they're starting to do it and learn it, see the magic in their eyes. And it's really quite incredible. So I want you guys to leave here today with a couple of things. I know AI feels like magic. It's not, even though it's amazing and it's powerful. So do whatever you can to use it as much as you can. Push it as hard as you can. There's this thing where, adults, sometimes children find more success with AI than adults, because adults, we've been trained our whole lives of, oh, this isn't possible. But children don't have that yet. Children think it is possible, and so they ask AI what to do it, and they sometimes find more success because it just does it, because it's that powerful now, right? So what I'm trying to say is, be curious with it, be willing with it, put it out there, experiments. It's okay if it doesn't work right away. Continue to be curious, continue to try things, continue to be willing to learn, continue to put your ego aside, be willing to say, I don't know the answer, but that's okay, I'm gonna find out. Or do you know the answer? Ask around. We're all figuring it out. We're all in it together. And finally, build as much as you can, whatever it can, whatever you need it for, personal, public. If you're gonna build it and you don't like it, throw it away, try again. That's okay. That's all about getting your reps in. That's all the process of learning, and we're all there, right? We're all doing it, and the important part is that you're doing it too, because that's how you're gonna learn. That's how you're gonna be ready for the moment, for whenever you might need to arrives, and you'll be ready for that. So we have an incredible slate for you today. We have an incredible group. Again, shout out to James and Kieran, all the volunteers making this happen, all the sponsors here. You're in a really good place. You're in a safe place. Incredible people around. Make some friends. And by the end of it, I hope that you'll remember that you could do it too. So thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you, JJ. So if you want to learn from JJ, you have an opportunity to do that a little bit later this morning at 12:15. He's teaching a workshop on Claude Cowork. It's an official Anthropic workshop that he teaches around the country. I'm right about that, right? I didn't just make that up. Okay, so that's happening in the workshops area at 12:15. So what happens now? We have a little break, about 12 minutes before the next thing starts. At 10:45, 2 talks and 2 workshops. On the main stage here is Why We Never Launch with Tom. On the partner stage, which is downstairs, kind of where you entered, is Tanvir. He's looking at OpenClaw. And Hackathon, that's starting in the workshop room. And then our old friend Matt is teaching a workshop on Claude Code. That's also in the workshop. Room 4. So, for now, make a friend, okay? And find your place, and then we'll move on to the next thing, okay? Enjoy. Welcome, everybody.
Check, check, 1, 2. Check, check, 1, 2. Yeah, 1, 2. What, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2.
right, everybody. It is time for our next talk, so if you can wrap up your conversations and find a seat, we'll get started with Tom. Okay, all right, here we go, you guys. Next up, we have a talk from Tom Weselinski. And Tom is talking about why we never ship. So what do we mean by that, right? A lot of us in this room build things, right? We build things and we build things and we build things. And a lot of us never actually launch those things. And sometimes that's because we haven't built enough, right? And sometimes it's because we've built too much. And we just keep building, right? We have another feature, another idea, another thing that we want to like plug in to make our app better or our process better, our system better. And now with AI, that's like 10x problem, 100x problem, because AI will just build whatever the heck you tell it to build, right? It's not going to push back on you. It's not going to say, hey, maybe wait on that thing. You don't need it yet, right? It's just going to do what you tell it to. So Tom has a lot of experience with this. He's been building for clients, and he's been the one to push back on clients to say, hey, you don't need that yet, right? So when you don't have a person telling you when to wait, what to build, what to not build, you need a process, right? And Tom has a process. He's going to share his process with us. So welcome to Tom. And we're going to do a Q&A after this. So.
Thank you, Kelly. Yep, so today you'll hear a lot of talks about how to build with AI, but this one is different because, you know, today building is no longer the hard part. AI lets you build everything, and that's exactly why you never launch. And today I will show you what I mean based on a real project from one of my clients. And one simple way to make sure you will never went in the trap, right? So quickly about me. I'm Tom, over 25 years in IT. I had my own software house, launched a lot of startups, digital products. Fun fact, I've never been a software developer. I don't have a software development experience. And currently I run a solo agency building with no code and AI, helping clients to build with. But, you know, in this world, my whole job is basically deciding what not to build. And so before we jump in, a question, how many of you are actually building on your own, building something? Okay, a lot. And how many of you are building professionally as an agency or freelancer? Okay, so as you know, you can now build almost anything for free. In days, no months, a solo person can ship what used to take months or quarters for the team, as JJ said previously. And with any stack you like, Bubble, Lovable, Bolt, Cloud Code, doesn't matter. I mean, the stack doesn't matter. And you know, I'm not arguing with it because this is how I make money. But the problem is, the real problem is that AI never says that you don't need that. If you are building with AI, if you are building with AI agents, AI will just build anything you want. So you have endless power but zero judgment. And the phrase that you don't need that yet, this is exactly what every founder needs to hear. And today I will tell you about the project. It is a marketplace and real business, months of development, super complex, but it could not launch. And I was brought to this project a couple of months ago to find out why. And the platform is called Good Mood Group. It's a marketplace for homeowners in Spain to connect them with local providers with some perks and special offers. So pretty cool idea. It's online. It has 400 verified partners right now, over 500 happy members. But the day I jumped into the project, it was like built for 10,000, but couldn't launch to 10. What was done? When I jumped in, I realized that we have, the project with multiple user roles, 4-level geography, multiple countries, with no customers yet, right? So it was prepared for scaling from day zero. Guest system, agents, partner, codes, multiple currency support. Just to remind you, it was a platform to launch in one area in Spain, right, in Costa Blanca. Over 50 pages, over 20 database tables, 30 option sets. And what actually worked? Nothing, right? So nobody could ever even get in. I mean, the basic thing like should be in the marketplace. The user jumps into marketplace and can browse the catalog. It was not working. So we had a lot of things that were done for agency was working around, I think, 3 or 4 months. Nothing was working. No proper payment flows. Catalog worked somehow, but showed the wrong thing. So the problem with this project, it wasn't that it was too little, it was too much from the start, right? We had 10 roles of users when we only needed one, the member, right? 3 membership tiers when we only needed one. And most of them, of course, were hardwired. None of them were correct because there was too much. 4-level international geography for a product that lives in a single area in Spain. Guest networks, agents, kickbacks, coupons, so features for users. The platform didn't have any users, right? So all of the features were built for the users that didn't exist. Of course, 4 external integrations from the day zero, HubSpot, Mailblue, Exact, Postmark, none working properly. And it was built with Bubble, but that was not a problem, right? That was the technology that was chosen. And the real problem is that the platform was so big that the team wasn't even able to properly test it. I mean, test in a business way. Figure out if the business flow works properly. Of course, the business flows were changing, right, for the months that they were building. So it was too much, and I mean, you cannot fix what you cannot test. So the shift I introduced was to decide what not to build, right? Because, these days when building is free, the only thing that matters is decide what not to build. If you want to launch, right? Because if you want only to build, that's okay. But if you want to launch, you need to decide what not to build. And my framework, it's not a real framework. It's just one question. If cutting this feature breaks the core loop that we should have at the beginning. If it's not breaking the core loop, we're just cutting it, right? This is the single question to cut about 80% of the scope at day zero to launch most of the projects. So what was the decision? We decided to keep only 4 things. So to ship payment, setting up account and logging in, basic catalog of providers, and simple search. Basic search because there were, only a couple of providers at the beginning, so there is no need to super complex search and filters. Every time when I am building some kind of a marketplace catalog, the first requirement is to have the super advanced filters. But you have to know that no one really likes to use these super advanced filters. We are spending months building super advanced filters which no one uses. And get in touch email forms. So we didn't build any super advanced flow for the member to reach out the local provider, just a form to send an email. And we parked for later. Guest access, digital coupons, agents, tiers, ambassador dashboards, reviews, ticketing system, integrations. I mean, this whole spec had around 50 pages. Of all of the things that needs to be done, and part of it, of them were done by the previous agency. We cut it all, and all rest of all of the ideas. And the only path that stays and that pays is that the member pays to join in. This is the most important part, right? We are getting the paid users. Then he gets in, lands in the app, and is able to browse the catalog in a super simple way. And then he can contact the local provider by sending a message, and that's all. So 80% of this whole scope should be cut before launch. And this is the general rule I have with the projects I jump in. I mean, if you cannot launch it in these days, if you cannot launch it in 3 or 4 weeks, that means that you over-engineered, right? If you cannot launch in 4 weeks, that means that you need to cut the scope. And we divided those in 3 sprints, 3 weeks. And actually, when I jumped in, we started with a blank app, and after 2 weeks, the client had a ready version that the members can jump in, right? So previously, 4 months building, nothing worked. Here, 2 weeks building, and actually they started earning money with the members. That's the difference between building and launching. This is what this was everything the first users got, right? So the layout was pretty nice. By the way, in the first version, it was even without the layout because the features were more important than the layout. So for our MVP, I asked client to prepare the layout. She used Lovable to create this, and I transferred it into the bubble. We got a simple catalog, super simple search, and couple of categories to choose from. User pays, lands in the app, is able to browse the catalog, and then is able to go into the details of provider and send the message. A member clicks get in touch, and that's all. And that was what was really needed in this project, not all of the stuff. And then, after we launched, we built a feature by feature, week by week, 1 week at a time, right? There is no need, to ship all of the things in a day or in a week. It's too fast. You need to divide it into weeks that you can actually try it on your own, test it manually, and try if it works also with the users. And right now the platform is pretty complex. This is where we are today. I mean, the catalog looks nearly the same, but the biggest difference is that we skipped the whole filtering stuff and so on. We only have one search, powered by AI, by the way, that allows the users to ask the question about the provider. For example, what is a fun family activity? And again, we realized that we don't need filters after we checked with real users that they don't need it. They need an AI search because right now, these days, people are used to chatting with AI. So we built a simple AI powered search. And again, this search is nothing sophisticated because if you put a prompt in Claude Code to ask him about building AI-powered engine to search, it will put you a multiple pages over-engineered instruction how to build the vector database and so on, put it in Supabase. It's not needed in most of the projects. This is super simple. We just take the list of all the providers, put them in the prompt in the background, and ask the AI, this is the model, I think we use Gemini for that, to choose from these providers based on the prompt from user. We don't use any vector database and any complex stuff. Again, most of the projects, they don't need that from day one. Thanks to this simple AI engine, we were also able to build optimized onboarding for users. Because again, after we launched, we realized that the users get lost after the initial onboarding. But we already had the engine that allowed, the search engine, that allows us to put the to list the providers based on the questions from the users. So for the onboarding, we used this engine, and then again, to build this recommendation engine, it took only a couple of days, thanks to that. We ask user a couple of questions. Based from these questions and answers, we are building a prompt, and this prompt is being sent. We are just basically simulating users inputting the data in the AI. The recommendation engine looks super nice, works super nice, didn't take a long time to build. Then the coupons. The requirements at the beginning were super complex. I mean, the QR codes, providing the provider's mobile app to scan those QR codes. Again, not needed. because the only thing what was needed is the user to be able to open the coupon, being on the page and show it, for example, to coffee or the restaurant that he has the coupon. Super simple, but provides value. The next part is the user profile. User profile, I mean, this is also one of the requirements that we often have when we start the project, that users should be able to manage his profile with all of the managing subscriptions and so on and so on. But the truth is, most of the users, they never edit their profile. So at the version 1, we didn't have even an option for the user to edit the profile, and we didn't have an option to manage the subscription, because if someone buys the subscription we cut down only to one tier, which was a yearly tier. So if someone buys a subscription today, he won't cancel it tomorrow, right? So we can wait for 10 months to build the subscription management. We don't need that from day 0. But what was needed is to have a log of accepted documents for compliance reasons, that the user accepts the privacy statement, terms of use, and so on. So we built that, for example, from day 1. But managing profile, managing subscriptions, those stuff, really not needed. Then, in the initial version, there was a requirement also, because the homeowners are renting the houses for holidays and the guests are coming for 2 weeks, right? And the guests, it would be also nice for the guests to be able to jump into the platform and explore the catalog. And the initial version was like the homeowners will add their properties, and then they will also add guests to the properties, inviting them to the platform. And also the property managers, who are the local ones, because if homeowner is not on the place, should also have this possibility and super complex flow to add the properties. The manager accepts the property manager, and so on and so. So super complex, no one understood it, right? So, but after they launched, they realized that this is not needed, but what's needed and what actually makes them money is providing another tier just for guests. And we built a simple flow for the guests. The guest pays €50 to be able to access the platform for 2 weeks without any complex flow of connecting properties, invitations, member, no one cares, no one does it, right? But guests arrives to the property, sees the QR code at the desk, scans it, and pays €50, and it lands at the platform. Super simple, and works and makes money, which is most important thing. And the partners were not at the day 1, but are important for the platform in long term. But again, when they launched, they didn't have any partner, right? So why to build a super complex partner dashboard if you don't have any partners? You can even serve them the manual support and serve them manually instead of building the dashboard. So we only build the dashboard after the platform has the first partners. We are not building for the users who doesn't exist. And right now, the partner dashboard, the core feature of it are the discount codes, the referral codes that connects partners with users and gives them the discounts. Do we have the system to automatically set up the discounts, calculate discounts, and do the payouts for partners? Of course not. Could we build one? Of course, yes. Is it needed? No. So, till now, over 25 sprints, we are still building it. But, each one is testable in an afternoon. It's super small scope. The team validates it. The team understands the product and the complexity of the product and how it works. This is super important. And we are not doing the big bang launches. We are shipping every week. Every new feature ships in a week or 2. And actually, users are also seeing that the platform is evolving, right? If they will nothing is happening for half a year and then big bang, the platform is completely rebuilt, it's not a good way to do things. And of course, parking the feature doesn't mean that we delete them. As I said, for example, the guest access, we cut it from the launch, but it came back as a different feature, as a paid add-on. And this was the real need from the users. Then the second region. The original build, we started only with Costa Blanca. I didn't have the global engine because region 2 went in 6 weeks, right? So this was the real need, right? Not in day 1, in 6 weeks. And partner access, 0 partners day 1. The first partner onboarded in 6 weeks. Sorry, here it was 6 months, here 6 weeks, right? But for the partner access, to actually design it, we had a 0 build cost because we designed it with the partners that actually jumped in and we discussed the features with them, not imagining what will be the best. So build less, right? I know that when you are building with AI, it's super tempting to build everything. Also, when you are building with AI and you are prompting AI, it is always over-engineering, always. It is giving you the solutions that are super complex, that have a lot of features. It will never tell you don't need that, right? If you don't prompt it like this. So fewer features, but do it solid. For example, payments at launch were super simple. I mean, we used the Stripe plugin. We didn't even build the custom integration. Then once it works, you can iterate. You can build the custom integrations. You can build additional features. And it was built with Bubble that JJ already mentioned. And the thing with the tools, it's the same as with the scope, right? Because in today's world, the tech stack doesn't really matter, right? If you start with Bubble, you can jump out of Bubble in a couple of months because any agent can rewrite any app based on the features in a couple of days. So the tech stack you choose today doesn't really matter because you won't stick with the tech stack in 10, 12, or 24 months, right? It doesn't work. I mean, for many, many years in the software development, it was that you were choosing the tech stack and you were with this tech stack for years. These days, it really makes no sense because you can rewrite the whole thing in a couple of hours. And what's the most important thing, that you should pick the tool, the technology that allows you to launch and understand the thing. Because if you are only building, it's not a problem. You have 0 users, 0 users means 0 problems. But if you actually launch and the users will come, you need to understand the tool, you need to understand the platform to solve the problems of these users, right? And if you don't understand what you are building, if you don't understand what you are building, what's under the hood, when the problems start popping out, when the bugs start popping out, you won't be able to solve it. Bubble has this visual editor, right? So it allows you to build visually in an old-fashioned way by point and click. But also has this AI agent that allows you to build with AI. And also, thanks to George, we have a wonderful tool called BuildPrint that allows you to connect an external agent like Claude Code to Bubble and build with that. So the technology doesn't matter, right? You can build the same with Bubble, you can build the same with Claude Code. Pick the one that you understand, not the one that it's fancy. And you don't need to change the technology every 2 weeks. For this project, Bubble is super good for now. What will be in 12 months, in 5 years, we'll see. We don't know that yet, right? When we need to rebuild, we will rebuild. When it's okay, we don't need to rebuild because there is something new. If it works, if it makes you money, it makes no sense to rebuild. So to sum up, so this is the method, right? So find the one core loop, cut everything that doesn't block it, park the rest for the future roadmap, and launch, right? Launch to the first users and get the feedback from the users, and let the demand create the roadmap, not you. So one thing to remember, today's skill is not building faster, it's building less. Because anyone can build anything now, right? The people are building at the workshop right now a lot of things. So the real skill in this world is deciding what not to do and to actually launch. So be the one who launches. If you want to get in touch, here's my LinkedIn, and I think we still have some place for the questions. The one question I often get is, how do I convince clients to cut all of the scope? So the answer is simple. I don't take clients who doesn't want to do it, right? But if you have any more questions, I'm happy to answer.
We have about 5 minutes, so and I have one mic, and we have a volunteer who might be able to run another mic. While you're thinking of your question, I'm going to let you know that the app, if you weren't able to log in before, it's fixed. So you can log in now if you weren't able to do that. Okay, so if you have a question, I saw a hand. Okay, got our first one.
Just wondering, I get the idea of cutting the scope. Did you literally just throw all the code in the bin and start from scratch, or did you pick elements of code from the existing, what was there, and then work from that?
It was easier to build it from scratch.
Okay.
Right? It was just easier because the app was already so complex to understand the way it was built and actually fix the flaws only to launch the basic one that was really needed. It was easier to just cut down. And sometimes you just need to do that, right? You don't need to be afraid about, starting from scratch and cutting the things that doesn't work.
Hey, you said today's skill is not building faster, it's building less, be the one to launch. So I'm assuming then how soon are you testing your products or your tools with users, and how are you testing it? Are you testing it on Reddit, TikTok? Are they friends, family? How are you testing your products, and how soon should we test ours? As soon as once we've built it.
Yeah, that's a complete different thing, right? The distribution, how to reach the users. I mean, this is not my product. This is the client product that I mostly build for clients. But this is a really good question. I mean, how to reach out to users, and this is the question that often the founders, they don't need to respond. They don't want to respond to that question, right? This is why they are constantly on the build mode, because they don't want to reach out to users. And what I'm doing, I'm pushing them, to do so. Find the users, get some traction, yeah? And where to find them, I mean, depending on the product, right? This one was like dedicated to the group. They already have some service providers and the members because they run the industry. And these days, I mean, if you have an industry knowledge and are able to build things and reach out the people from your industry, I think this is the best way to do things, right?
Okay, we have time for one, maybe two more questions. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Okay. Oh, yep.
Thank you. So you're building less, but are you planning more? Do you look at the roadmap of the features and think about like your database architecture or something like that? Have you got a view of the next 6 months so that you don't pick up any technical debt when you do come to build those features?
It's really, I mean, it's not always possible, right? It's super good to create the architecture that will scale. But, we really don't know what will be in the 6 months. So we are not planning ahead of 6 months or 6 years, right? Come on, this is not this is not a banking systems. Most of the projects we are just building simple apps for the users, right? So sticking with, planning for months for the scalable architecture instead of doing something simple and launching, I think it's a mistake, right? If you don't know, I mean, if you don't really reach out to users yet, right? If you already did and okay, but if you didn't, in my perspective, it doesn't make sense. Of course, it's good to plan the architecture if you don't know how to do it, right? But if you don't know the real roadmap, because if you are launching from zero, you have nothing, and you are planning the roadmap for the next 6 months, it makes no sense.
All right, thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Tom is a wealth of knowledge. He's a really smart guy. So find him and chat more with him. So we have 15-minute break now at 11:30 in 15 minutes. On this stage, we have Effie, who is talking about the rise of the AI native solopreneur. And on the partner stage downstairs is going to be a talk from Glide, one of our partners, showing what they're building. They've been building some really cool stuff. Workshop rooms, Cloud Code Workshop and the Hackathon, those are already going. And workshops are a first come, first serve. So if you want to see if you can get in, head over there. I think the hackathon is just kind of open. You can pop in anytime. That's it. Go make a friend.
1, 2.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. If you can wind up your conversations, we are going to move on to our next talk. Before we do, I have 2 announcements. Very important. Number 1, if you tried to log into the app and you had problems, try again. It is fixed. Okay? Second announcement, maybe the most important announcement. Kieran, the organizer of this conference, is currently winning the face hunt game, and that is not allowed. So you guys need to get on it get in. So you can go in the app. It's on the home screen. Just scroll down to the bottom. It's fun. It's a fun little thing, and Kieran cannot win. So, okay, this next talk is for non-technical founders with big fancy ideas, but nobody to build their idea. It's for the solopreneurs in the room, and really anyone else. But that's the focus. So if you are not sure what this looks like to build your own thing, right? If you're scared of it, it's good to see an example of someone else having done that thing. So Effie is going to share an example of what that looks like, tools, processes, everything. Effie's going to tell you a little bit about herself, and then at the end, if we have time, we're going to do a Q&A. So log some questions in your brain to ask her at the end. Here is Effie.
I need that. Okay. So, welcome everyone. It's nice to be here at Create With. I think it's the coolest place to be in Brighton right now. And by coolest, I also mean more air-conditioned. So we're all very happy about that. I got to wear a blazer in this weather, so that's amazing. So today, I will talk about a shift that we've been already witnessing. And I personally believe it's the future of entrepreneurship. And it has to do with AI, obviously. And it's the rise of the AI native solopreneur. And more specifically, what happens when people who previously didn't have access to capital or network or tech talent, now they have the ability to build fast, learn fast, and take advantage of all the cool stuff that AI has made available to all of us. And more specifically, I will focus on undercapitalized founders, women, female founders, because that's our thing at Growth Girls. So a little bit of context. I am the CEO at Growth Girls. It's an AI-first growth hacking agency based in London. I'm also the co-founder of the AI Academy. So we teach AI to professionals. Last year, we acquired the largest community of growth hackers worldwide, growthhackers.com, with thousands of users. And I also teach AI for business at NYU, New York University. So my work sits between strategy and growth and business experimentation. And my closest work has to do with the startups that are early stage, that are very ambitious with great ideas, but not necessarily have access to the capital and the tech talent, like I said before. So that's exactly the lens I'm bringing today. It's going to be very practical from the market. It's not just theoretical. And very focused on business impact, because at the end of the day, that's what we care about. So a little bit of a backstory, just to show that we're talking from personal experience, not just by consulting other companies. 3 years ago, we sold our startup, because we're also, I didn't mention that, but we're also building projects, startups. We have great spin-offs that become their own thing and form their own startups. So 3 years ago, we sold one of those that we were building for 7 years, and we sold it for $4 million. Today, we are in discussion about selling our next thing for $40 million, and it took us 1 year to build it. So that tells you everything, I believe. And this time, we don't have a technical co-founder. We are all technical, but we don't need a technical co-founder. That's a very big difference. So here's the core idea of this talk. I believe that the next unicorn founder will not have a technical co-founder, and actually might not have a co-founder at all. And for everyone who is a founder here and is building their own startup, they know how difficult it is to find a good co-founder, let alone search for a technical co-founder, because VCs will not hear you otherwise. Everyone was asking, do you have a technical co-founder? So some numbers. At Growth Girls, we build other companies as well, of other founders. So in the last year, we built more than 40 female founder companies. We supported their growth in 12 plus markets and countries. We launched 250 experiments to do that. So everything I will mention today comes from these learnings. And we help in the creation of 30 plus products, MVPs. And in selected projects, we saw an uprise of 40% in key metrics. So, even though I will mostly focus on the go-to-market and building a company, another big business impact is when it has to do with the results. It's not just about building. So the problem is rarely and has historically never been the idea. There is an abundance of great ideas, and sometimes in the past, when we were having discussions with new founders, and they were saying, okay, I just have the idea, but I will not share it before you sign an NDA, because my idea is so unique that I don't want anyone to know about it. I was laughing inside, because there has never been an idea that is so unique that no one else has thought about it. We all are exposed to the same things, so we think alike. So it was never about the idea, and still there are great ideas. But the problem has always been, and the showstopper, has always been about the implementation. And why? Because there is a very big access gap. The main access gap is obviously capital. I mean, if we had an abundance of budget, we would fail and fail again without a worry in the world, but that is not the case. And specifically, depending on the background, on sometimes the gender, these are things that I don't say like that. It's based on studies. And, access to networks, institutional bias, all of these things create a cumulative disadvantage for some founders. So it makes access to capital even harder, which means that you don't have access to technical talent, because that's one of the main milestones, being able to build something, which means you cannot go to market fast enough. So let's see how AI breaks the cycle. So this is the loop of bias. And not only bias, I mentioned bias because it's very unfair, but also background, It doesn't only have to do with asking for funds. It's also about having the funds to bootstrap something. Not everyone has that. So bias and background mean less capital. It means no access to technical talent. It means no MVP to go to market to validate your idea. Then you get no traction, which creates more bias. So in the end, when we see all these studies and we say, okay, but this group of people get less funds, the answer is yes, but we have historically less, success metrics to support giving the funds to them. So it's a loop, I would say. But I'm very glad that we are already seeing AI break the cycle in every single part of this loop. So first of all, with AI, you need less capital. If we compare apples to apples, engineering with a team of developers versus vibe coding or no coding or low coding, whatever someone prefers to do, it makes a big difference. And I'm only talking about development, but it's the same with marketing and every other activity we need to grow a company, which means that we can actually build stuff and go to market with that, MVPs or marketing assets, which means that we have traction and real signals from the market, revenue signals. And I think in the end, it helps with the bias. So I don't know, I am an AI enthusiast, so I'm allowed to say that. I think that AI is democratizing access to entrepreneurship and actually making, let's say, society more fair, if I can say that. So this is the main difference. Before AI, a founder would have the idea, they would pitch the idea, they would do it with their confidence. So a lot of the conversations, and even in conferences, was how to pitch your idea, how to convince about yourself. All of the founders, they're very worried. Am I convincing enough? Am I dressed in the correct way? Am I doing the storytelling as I should? And not everyone has these soft skills, especially if you are a person, that's used to be behind the laptop. I can tell you that it's not an easy thing It's nerve-wracking. But now, no one will take away the value of storytelling and your personality, but being able to show something tells a story on its own. So now you can go with your idea, but also a prototype that you've built with AI. You can go with a workflow. You can go with users, real users. You can go with revenue signals, right? With real data. So what is an AI native solopreneur? I can tell you what it isn't. It isn't a founder that doesn't work with people at all. That's not the goal. We don't want to show it like some AI is replacing people in that kind of way. But it is a founder that considers AI the first layer of implementation and their first team. So if we look at that, it is a founder that is surrounded by agents that do different things. They can have a product agent, they can build automation, a research agent, a content agent, an ops agent. If you were hiring all of these specialties in people, actually it wouldn't be possible starting out to have a full team. So each agent handles part of the work, but the founder remains the decision maker, the strategist. And that's how the startup ecosystem has changed, the startup path, I would say. So we said the old path was from idea to pitch, to getting funds, to developing your first MVP with the funds, and then launching, going to market, and see if you succeed or fail, with a lot of hypotheses in the previous stages. Here's the AI native path. So we have the idea, of course, then we go to prompting. Then we build the prototype, we test it with real market data, we automate, we fix what needs to be fixed before we automate further so we don't multiply any errors, and then we get the revenue signals that are super useful for us and for VCs. And before we know, if we need to invest more or if we need to completely change and pivot. And it's never about the tools. And we all use a lot of tools. I don't know how many stickers you have on there. I think that if there was room, I would put even more. We love our AI tools. We use them. We enjoy them. They are becoming better and better, so that's important as well. But even though I will mention some of the main tools, it's never about the tools. And I think that was mentioned on the previous speech as well, that don't be tool dependent, because tools may change. The system is what will stay with you. So the tools can be, you need a thinking layer, so Claude, I think most of people love Claude these days, but also ChatGPT, Gemini. The building layer, so we use Lovable, we use Claude Code, we use Bumble, Software, Framer, Repeat, all of the nice tools that we can use to vibe code and no code. The automation layer, so Make, Zapier, NA10. The growth layer, we can, depending on how good we are with building things, we can build our own CRMs or use existing CRMs. We can use HubSpot. We can use Typeform and Tally to get to have information about our users. And of course, in the end, everything ends up in a very nice data dashboard. So we can use existing tools like Data Studio, Data Looker, Looker Studio, the Notion, and everything else. So this is a tool set, and I could put in the list even more tools. What is more important is the first column here. That is what we need, and then we decide the tools. And sometimes people ask us when they're just starting out, which tool is the best? There is no answer to that. Everyone has their own likings, and tools follow one another, so they add features all the time. So just be looking out for any new tools as well. So before we move into examples, I want you to keep one question in mind. Perhaps it will be useful for you. What part of your business would you like to automate? Right? We'll come back to that to help you select one of the parts of your operations, but keep that in mind as we move forward. And this question is where the AI native mindset begins, by seeing how we replace our own work. And the question should never be, which tool should I use? And again, I'm stressing this because a lot of people get excited by the possibilities of a tool, and the tool guides them on what they need to do. So they go, they see what is possible inside Claude, and they say, OK, this is possible, so I should do it. That's not the way to go. Because AI gives us a lot of abilities and possibilities, and we will never have a concrete system if the tools lead us to what we should automate. So we should be the decision makers, map everything that we're doing, and decide first what we want to automate. And automations are not a new thing. So we've been automating things years ago with Zapier and Make, right? But they were deterministic, which means that we were using automations as taskers. So a trigger, a very specific trigger, if then that kind of logic, and similar output in the end, very structured. What is very different with automations, and when we're talking about automations, we're having completely different mindset now, is that we have reasoning systems now. So the trigger is conversational, first of all, right? That's a big difference. And with APIs, it goes through reasoning, and it creates synthetic outputs. So automations right now, it's not just automating the work, but they operate as a thought partner, like a co-founder, almost. And let's make it a bit more practical. I'll walk you through some use cases, but I would like to talk about, for the more technical people in the room, we've seen, I don't know, perhaps you've seen it as well, a very big difference now that we have MCPs. Because with APIs, and again, this is for the more technical people in the room, we are already seeing a very big shift, because with APIs, we were moving slower. We had to connect every single tool separately, a lot of debugging, a lot of maintenance. So even though we were automating, it wasn't the optimal way of automating. But now with MCPs, we can just connect to a system, and the system talks to the tool. It's much faster, and it doesn't need a lot of maintenance, so it's much safer. So let's go to see some use cases. I'll talk about 3 personas, because we see them very often. The first persona, perhaps someone sees themselves in one of those 3 categories. The first persona is someone who we call a scientist. They have a lot of knowledge, a lot of expertise, and they need to find a way to productize it, turn it into a business. The second persona is a service provider, someone who already has clients, they already have projects, but there are so many hours in the day. We all get 24 hours in our day, and we cannot do anything about that. It's the laws of physics. So we have a ceiling, right? If our work is tied to how many hours we work. So then again, we need to systemize the work and productize our work. And the third persona is someone who has access to a community, perhaps a creator or an influencer. An influencer can be any kind of influencer, by the way. It can be a person who has a community. So don't only think about fashion influencers. They have the community, and how do we monetize the community? How do we turn this into a business? And my personal opinion, that's the best place to be, by the way. Having a community right now is gold. It's very powerful, but very hard. So the common pain points that founders come to us with, and I don't know if you've ever thought of any of these problems, but I did a thing that I transcribed every pre-sales call that I have, every brainstorming meeting that I had with new founders, and I asked AI to find the most common patterns, and these were the most common patterns. So again, it's not just me. This is data from our conversation, of course. So I need a developer to build that. So I know exactly what I want to build, but I need a developer. I need funding first, so I can get this far with the budget I have. I don't have budget. I need funding first. It's not easy, let me tell you. I know about the angel investors, but find one first. and then see how that collaboration goes. And then I don't know how to build it, so I don't specifically need a developer, but how do I build it? What do I do? I cannot afford, I cannot hire anyone, not only developers, marketeers, no one. I don't know how to automate. If someone could please do this for me, if I could duplicate myself, that would be amazing. That's what it means. And I'm not technical enough. So I have a great idea about a SaaS, a product, but I'm not technical, so how do I make it work? So AI lowers the cost of execution and provides a solution for all these pain points, because it turns ideas into business assets to start with. So founders now can build MVPs, they can do lead qualification, they can do proposal generations. We see the specific per use case. They can do CRM automations, they can build content engines, they can do all of those nice stuff that replace, actually, these are the solutions to the pain points that we were talking about. So the first use case is going from idea to go to market. And it's a sprint. And if there's anyone familiar with sprints, it's something we follow at growth hacking, but also engineering. So these are very fast building cycles and experimentation cycles. So you get from idea to go to market very fast, not lose time with a lot of brainstorming and hypothesis. Now, the steps we need to make, if there's anyone in the audience that is a new founder, is define the customer problem, right? Turn it into a product brief. So how do we provide the solution? Generate user stories from our early stage beta testers, because that's the most powerful thing. We need the social proof. Create a wireframe based on that, build a prototype, test it with real users, and get feedback and improve on feedback. And then the next sprint begins. So here is how we help the founder of the first type of persona, the expert, the scientist, how we help them build the first MVP. So first of all, if you are a scientist, if you are an expert, most probably everything exists here, right? That's what we get. So how do you give your brain to someone else? You cannot. Or you spend, like months writing a book, and it's never perfect if you are a perfectionist, so it doesn't happen. But what we are doing is we are getting interviews from the experts, and with AI, we are transcribing the interviews. So we let them talk about everything they have in mind, about their vision, about their expertise, about themselves, every single thing. We transcribe all of this conversation, and we feed it into an external brain. So in this case, it was a custom GPT. It can be other systems as well, but it was a knowledge base that not only created the external brain, but also it was available to every single person that wanted to work on this project. So they didn't have to talk to the founder all the time. Everything was there. And then with the custom GPT, we have the knowledge base, and with Claude and a very cool connector with Apify, but that's just a detail because the tool doesn't matter. Many tools can do the same thing. We were scraping Reddit to find the pain points. So again, we did not rely on hypotheses that someone says, okay, I have a friend who has this problem, and this got me thinking that I can provide this solution, and here's my idea for a startup. One friend is not enough. We need to get more data. So we were scraping Reddit to get real-time conversation about pain points, and with AI, we were filtering those and synthesizing the information between the expertise and the pain points to find the best combination. After we did that, we went to the next step, which is actually traditional digital marketing, but with a growth hacking approach, the very fast testing and iterations. And we tested all those messages on ads, on social media ads, to get some signals in terms of engagement, what people interact with the most, what they click on the most, all of these things, what they comment. You can get feedback even from ads, like questions. And then, through all of that, we built a wireframe that combines all of this and creates a loop between getting pain points, expertise, best performing messaging, and we created the system. And that produced the first MVP that had the best combination of everything, right? So these are, feel free to take a photo. I know some of you took a photo. Feel free to take photos of anything that you like. But I would like to repeat, these are just the tools we used in this case. They can be replaced. So if you're not a Claude user, I don't know if anyone is not a Claude user these days, but don't worry about it. These are possible with other tools as well. Okay, I'm changing the slide. I know you're still taking photos. Wait, okay, changing. So next use case, the service provider. So from manual work to automation. So an average service provider that is a solo founder spends at least 2 hours per day on admin work. And admin work is not fun. Because when you're doing admin work, you're not doing the real work, you're not promoting yourself, you're not in conferences like this, let alone doing a lot of work that you will not get paid for, called proposals. You can be scoping and creating proposals, and if they decide not to work with you, it's hours wasted in a way. So again, we don't like admin work. You could hire a lot of people to do admin work, but that's not always possible. So we found a growth lever with that, from going from admin work to doing just reviews. We want a human in the loop, but not doing the work their own. So here's what we followed. So we took Claude, again, this is the tool of choice in this case, to build the proposal routines, right? The first step is to audit all the operations first. Like I told you, like map all your needs and your repeating tasks. Use Claude to create the proposal generation. And how do you do that? You build a routine that has all the knowledge of what your proposal should look like, your services. We don't let it do its own thing, and takes the transcript from the meeting or the email and connects the needs to what your services are and puts them together on your proposal template. And then you automate the email sent out. So again, with a Claude connector, you can put this proposal in an email and send it, or actually what we prefer to do is create a draft email. And then you review it first, and then you send it. But that's also automated. And then Claude finds, people will come back and say, sounds good, let's have a call about it. When it's a good time for you. So Claude checks your calendar. It sees where you're available. You have given Claude directions, or if I have a meeting, I don't want to have a meeting 15 minutes before or 15 minutes after, so you can customize the way that it books your calls. It answers, you book a call, so no human involved in this part. And then you get to the finances part, which is a big hassle for a lot of founders. You don't have to connect Claude to Xero or other similar tools. You can just connect it to an Excel and get the invoices, do checks, do analysis, provide information to you, how you're doing, if everyone has paid, what your profitability look like, something that something that is actually not available unless you have someone that is in-house to give you all this financial intelligence. And then with Claude, we systemize the whole operations. So this is just an example of the operations that is focused on pre-sales, right? Proposal preparation meetings, but the same system we follow with all similar preparation operations, which resulted in the end for this founder to have 4 times the time to work on other things. So from 2 hours, we went to half an hour of admin work. We do not want zero. We still want to know what is happening on our business. And then the third example is the content creator, the person who has access to the community, and they have all this content out, but they want to systemize it in a way. So this is where content becomes a learning system. And we're going to talk a lot about social media here, but it is a creator that has a community on social media. So instead of doing guesswork and finding trends and all of these things, with a Claude routine, we can scrape the accounts that we want, analyze what performs the best, filter it out, you know, and use our knowledge base, our kind of content that we want to create, see what, you know, where there is a good fit to create this kind of content, create one very useful piece of content, for example, a very large video, and with AI, repurpose it to create many assets out of it. So for example, if we're talking about a YouTuber, one piece of content can be a long video, very high quality with a lot of knowledge in it, and then through AI automations, we can create a lot of short videos, newsletters, blog posts, landing pages, you name it. Even questionnaires, even small games and tools. So that means that you are responsible for the valuable one piece of content, and the rest is being taken care of from your content engine that you've built. And then the loop goes on, because we scrape the engagement again of our channels, see what performs the best, and we get better suggestions for the next kind of content that we will create. And we have here all the tools that were used in this case. I know a lot of these tools are present today at this conference, so make software, so you're in luck because you can talk with them directly, with the founders, but these are amazing tools that can help you actually monetize whatever you're doing. And actually, in this case, the creator was able to you know, increase the revenues, because if you're collaborating with someone and you can offer a customized dashboard with all the intelligence of what you're doing, you have higher quality, you know, as a professional. So you get more money for what you create at the end of the day. So we focused a lot on the speed. We focused a lot on the, you know, on the access to capital. But another very valuable aspect is access to learning. That is gold, because we also need to learn fast and optimize what we're doing. So it's not just based on our minds and, again, hypotheses, which I love a good hypothesis, because how do you test? But it's not enough. Data is better. So very fast learning, becoming better and better in what we do. And one thing before we close that I want everyone to remember is that we're all very enthusiastic about everything AI can do for us, but don't let it replace you personally. Don't let it replace your judgment. A lot of first-time users of AI do that, and they think that, you know, AI can do everything better. That is not a fact. AI can draft, it can automate, it can summarize, it can do all of these things that a very good assistant would be doing, but it's not magic, so the founder must always remain the decision maker, the person who takes care of ethics, right? You don't want AI to have access to everything, all the data of your users, so you get to decide that. You have to put the limits. You have to have the commercial judgment. Okay, I'm over time. And the founder needs discipline. So don't create generic products just because you can. You know, AI has made it very easy to create stuff. Just don't do it just because you can. We can build anything these days. That doesn't mean that anyone cares about what we're building. So make something that people need, and how do you know if they need it? With customer validation. And don't let hallucinated information go there. So always be in the loop to check everything that goes out. And don't automate before you fix, because you will be automating bad operations and errors. So every founder must now become a systems thinker rather than a person who uses tools. The AI native framework is what we talked about before. So it's define, build, automate, test, and scaling after that. So if anyone is an early stage startup founder, this is what you can do after this talk. You can map all your idea and processes and see how you can automate. Never start from the tools, start from what you want to automate, and going from permission to build to building proof, so you can prove that what you're building is valuable. Thank you very much. We can connect on LinkedIn if you want. And I'm sorry to take more time.
Thank you, Effie. Thank you so much. amazing. So much information. I wish we had an extra 20 minutes. Okay, a couple of notes before we move on. The app is working. If you are having problems, this is the last time I'll mention it. The app is working again. It was having some problems. So try again if you are struggling. In 15 minutes, in this room, Stephanie is going to be breaking the laws of physics with Claude Code. What does that mean? I don't know. You'll have to come in. Well, I do know, actually. But you'll have to come and find out. On the partner stage, which is downstairs, Softer, one of our partners for the day, is presenting Beyond Prototypes, the next era of AI business software. So if you are looking to build internal tools for your business, that's a good one. In the workshop rooms, we have Sophia and Dan from the Vibe Coding Collective leading a workshop on applying the design thinking framework to vibe coding. Very cool. And JJ's workshop on Claude Cowork, official Anthropic workshop. So that's all happening in 15 minutes. Again, the workshops are first come, first serve. So you just got to get there. When they fill up, they're done. And we'll see you in 15 minutes. Have fun, you guys. All right, welcome back, everyone. If you'll find your seats, wrap up your chats. We're going to get started with the next talk. So, this talk is for folks who are running. Okay, this talk is for folks who are running small teams or you're working on your own, and you've heard that line, like just set up an agent, automate everything, right? You can 10x yourself. This is a thing we hear a lot these days, and I'm convinced that like 90% of people don't know what that means or how to do it or what it looks like. And so Stephanie is going to walk us through how she has 10x'd herself and her team with a whole bunch of that stuff. And she's going to show us what that looks like. Stephanie is the CEO of Lyra AI, and she's a real smart lady, and I'm really excited to learn from her. So here we go. Welcome, Stephanie.
Hello, guys. So I almost studied astrophysics. I ended up studying medical physics and then eventually psychology, so a very weird mix. But because I'm a fan of physics, I thought it would be fun to see if we can break the laws of physics today. So who has watched Harry Potter before? Yeah, okay. I was going to be worried if there were no hands up. There is one of the movies in Harry Potter where they have a time turner. Like Hermione has some sort of like device that help them go back in time. And not only go back in time, but be in two places simultaneously. So I always thought, wouldn't it be amazing if I could like multiply myself, not twice, but multiple times. So basically, yeah, breaking or like, like find a way of going beyond what is possible. Well, AI demonstrated that we can. And then it's not only to duplicate yourself or to have 3 workflows going, you can have hundreds of workflows going simultaneously, building very interesting stuff. So I'll share that like a few things with you about how I do it. I mean, I already introduced myself, so I'm not gonna like spend too much time here. But what we cover is first, what are some of the blockers that I have found many teams have when I consult, but also in my own team. The architecture that helps me remove some of these blockers. The kind of like my agent setup. I'm gonna walk you through some of my like the skeleton of what is behind. I'm actually going to open my VS Code here for you guys. Some interesting concepts that I am exploring now, and that is like really like mind-blowing for me, and I hope that is for you and that it inspire you. And then lastly, how to like do all of this economically so we don't run out of tokens all the time. So let's dive into that. The first thing, so yeah, here is the time turner that I was explaining, and this is the thing, like you want to do multiple things at the same time. There is always a lack of time. There is always something going on, particularly when you are a startup founder and or are just working on a startup and there are like big expectations but no resources. Is kind of tough. So this is where it becomes the idea of like, how can we build like a very strong system that can help us solve this problem? So before going into that, I want to challenge you to vote for one of these options. So which type of law do we want to break today? Number 1, or like A, is the conservation of energy principle, which will be to ship features without burning tokens. That would be nice. And the option B will be you can't be in 2 places at once. So we run hundreds of parallel systems simultaneously. Okay, whoever wants to vote for A, raise your hands. Okay, and for B? Ooh, what if we can do both? Wouldn't it be cool? Yeah, exactly. Let's learn how to do both. Okay, first, let's talk about human limitations. this is important because of also my background in psychology has demonstrated that we are not always capable of to do everything. This is why I have a very solid harness. So before I got into my harness, I want to demonstrate that, I mean, it's not always possible, to hold attention for so long. So to do that, I want you to see around the room and count how many things in red can you see. Okay, I'll give you 15 seconds. Okay, time's up. I'm gonna pick 3 volunteers to tell me how many things in red they spotted. Over here? 3, okay. Let's do over there. Yes, you. 21, okay, that's a big difference. And what about someone there? 4. You said 4? Okay, this is closest to you. Okay, but who can tell me how many things in gray were? Probably no one, because we were not paying attention to that at all. Like, okay, now we started like looking for like things in gray. But this is like, this is what happens. We have a narrow capacity for attention, humans. And this is due to our also way of thinking, our linear thinking. When we work with AI systems, we need to try to start like shifting our mindset into something called exponential thinking. The problem is that we have this capacity, like very limited capacity of attention. So how can we do that? Well, at least what I try to do is to try to, before giving an instruction, like a very precise instruction to AI, try to think of what are the words that I'm saying. These are the mega prompts that nowadays are known as skills. So like trying to build very specific stuff that can help me enhance my limited capacity for exponential thinking. So before, we would do things like kind of like context switching that can kill the momentum, that it can like make us lose attention. There are like bottlenecks of the human bandwidth, like I just demonstrated. Everything waits for one person who knows, and we have to wait until like next sprint, so then we discuss things again. But now you can have hundreds of these work streams running in parallel. Each agent, it knows what it's doing and can report back. There's no supervision required in many times if it's well constructed. And it's just in one session. So these concepts, we're going to start like from the basics towards like developing a bit more. The basic is through prompts, but not prompt engineering. It's not about how we ask questions to AI. It's about how to create systems that make sense for AI to understand. Because there is the problem is that sometimes we get super frustrated. ChatGPT doesn't understand what I'm saying, and I have repeated this 100 times, or like Claude the same. And it's like, well, but if you are given an instruction that overrules whatever you said before, it's gonna get confused because it's just a probabilistic machine. So this is just a little trick that I found useful to build skills. So these prompts that are kind of like easily called by commands. The first one is progressive disclosure. This is for token economics, like to save tokens. So it basically is kind of like you don't have a massive skill. You just have a very specific role, this very specific role and very specific instructions of where to get activated as well, so then it doesn't load the context all the time automatically. And then you have a folder, with references. So every skill should be a folder with a skill MD file or the text file and a file of references. These references could call specific tools like web search or even other skills or specific agents. And then in your MD skill, you're gonna ask the kind of like the agent to go and do something specific within the references. So instead of loading a massive mega prompt that's going to consume a lot of tokens and might confuse your agent because of this bandwidth of attention that I was mentioning, we can go and like just take it from the references. Then the idea would be to kind of like build these systems that lives either in a common repository that you can have with your team, or in my case, I have it in an Obsidian vault, whatever you prefer, doesn't matter, but have it in a place that where people can access it. And this allows you to be tool agnostic. It's not about Cloud Code because it's excellent. I mean, it's really good. I use it. But it's about being flexible of what is the tool that we can use. I was just talking about that with someone over there. Like, well, maybe you can use your own open source model and run your own things in private. No need of like having things within Cloud per se. Okay. So instead of thinking of prompts, I want us to think about architecture. This is my main folder structure, all the things that I recommend. But instead of talking about it, I'm going to show you. OK. So I have just one single folder that's called Workspace. Inside this folder, I have 4 things. One is the command center. 2, the operational system. Then is other projects I work on, and this is one of my companies. That's it. So command center, if you open, it looks like a lot, but important things here is the .cloud folder, where I have a business MD that has all the information about my business, so there is always available context, and a sole MD file that talks about who am I. Like, what are my values? What is my tone? My preferences in writing. So, like, it doesn't sound generic. Like, it is not a revolution. It is the new opportunity. Kind of like, you know what I mean. So, no. So, everything is safe here, and I have a couple of like JSON files that instruct Claude on how it should behave. If you're not that technical, don't worry. Literally, just grab a voice memo, drop everything about your life, your business, get a transcription of that. You can use Google Notebook LM to get a transcription, upload the transcription here. It's just like create a business MD file with this, a sole MD file with that, and I need the JSON instructions of how the sessions should start loading this context. That's it. Okay, the next thing that I have here is the agents. So agents, I have one file, one MD file that defines very specifically what is the model that each agent should be using, what are the tools that calls that model, what is the specific skills that the agent uses, and the role. And of course, rules, regulations, the guardrails. That's it. There are other ways of doing this more sophisticated that I will share eventually, but in here I just have a list of different agents that I have defined. And to call them, the way that I would use it is through skills. I created like all of these bunch of skills, but my favorite one and the one that I use a lot is the swarm skill. So in this one, I will explain a bit more about this also later, but it's just a multi-agent orchestration system, but no spoilers yet. Okay, lastly, I would have here in the operations, just these 2 files. Within these 2 files, I have a second brain, which has projects, markets, reference, business, within business, for example, clients, decisions, finance, etc. And yeah, specific projects I work on within my business, pretty much. It's just a folder within a folder within a folder, just trying to be as organized as possible. Okay, these are the important ones. And yeah, so then in my case, this is just my case because it's what I use. You are going to get to build your own stuff, your own stack. I have around 60 skills, one line for like a specific description that I've mentioned with your progressive disclosure, so we don't overload the token usage. Then I have about specific commands that I can call in for tasks that are more like punctual, let's say, that trigger workflows that I built. There is another thing that's called dynamic workflows that it was just last month released by Claude. It uses a lot of tokens. It uses a lot of tokens because it deploys multiple like parallel agents. Then you have a orchestrator. The orchestrator communicates with everyone, and it looks cool, but it can be I don't know, in my case, it felt a bit like wasting tokens. So I think like with a good setup, you still get good results. I also have rules. This is really important. We can't skip that because just out of like personal experience, one day I couldn't open just Word documents, and it's just like, why? Then I started like searching for PowerPoint, no PowerPoint, and then Excel, no Excel. It's just like, what's going on? And I discovered that Claude deleted my whole Microsoft 365 system. And it's just like, how did that happen? So it's just, okay, let's start creating rules. Do not ever touch my programs, you know, like stuff like that. Okay, and then to create a solid harness, one things are the skills, the prompts, instructions that we give. Of course, we have the file structure, so being organized helps. But also we have memory systems. It's not only about the tools, the MCPs, and the prompts. Memory is one of the biggest problems with reliability that we have with AI. Right now, you have the CloudMD file, which the purpose of it is creating some sort of memory system for you. But it gets cluttered very fast. If it gets cluttered, AI has this tendency that it will just prioritize the last thing that you said over the first thing that you said. So that loses, like, you can lose a lot of context in a way. So a way that I do it, I have 3-layer memory system. One of the layers is, of course, the CloudMD file with a memory file that is naturally built. The second layer is my Obsidian setup for a little bit more nerds like me that are in the room. Who knows Obsidian? Okay, you're my people. And the people who doesn't know Obsidian are going to get you into that. So you have kind of like you can actually create a second brain. What's the idea of the second brain? You dump any information that you have. Like, oh, this is my first time in Brighton, and I went to the lanes, and in the lanes I discovered this restaurant. I think it's kind of cool. I want to go back tomorrow. So you just dump information about business, but also, at least in my case, about life. The cool thing is that it's private. So it doesn't have to be Obsidian, by the way. It's just one tool. You can use whatever. But I like it because it's the privacy stuff as well. So then I kind of like organize my life in like this random folder of things, and then I can have a visual picture of how all my thoughts connect to each other. So I can identify patterns, I can identify opportunities, I can remember things easier. At the point that I was going into a startup competition, I forgot entirely about the submission, but I talked about it like months ago with my talking about something totally separate to Claude, and then it reminded me this. And it's just like, oh, by the way, do you want me to help you with this stuff that you have going that you mentioned back in the day? The deadline is in a week. And it's just like, oh my gosh, yes, thank you. So that is the kind of thing. So that is one of my memory systems. And then the last one is a repo that I found that I think is interesting. That's called MemPalace. So what it does is semantic search. So it will search for specific keywords. So instead of like searching across the whole context, burning all of the tokens at the same time, we'll just go for specific stuff that you wanted to go to. So like that, I'm trying, to solve kind of like that reliability problem in my setup. This is how it looks like for those who hasn't seen Obsidian. So this is my brain. Each one of these dots is one specific file, an MD file, and you can see how they connect with each other. So this is good because it just helps also getting context faster. So if I'm looking across, let's say this dot is clients, so it will look across clients faster instead of like looking over every single client until they find the actual person that I'm trying to reach out. Okay. In the case of agents, so I've shown you before that I have this swarm, like kind of like a bee swarm, and based on that, I built also my agent system. So I will have the roles defined. This is just for product development. So if you're like spinning tools, this is quite useful. I will have the orchestrator. So the human decides what we're going to build. Eventually, we have the orchestrator who is going to understand the challenge and pass it to the architect, so the architects can build specific achievable milestones. I use Opus for that because it's kind of like the smart guy here. Then we get to Sonnet because it's pretty good at coding anyway. And then I save some tokens for front-end, back-end, researcher, reviewer, tester, deploy agents. These agents, the deploy one, for instance, have one skill embedded that's called Doc Finder that basically finds real-time data of API documentation that is like very up-to-date. This is very good because it just like saves us a lot of time. So before deploying, it just checks that it's compliant with everything, and it just deploys things that is solid and ready to use. So it's pretty good. All of them work in parallel, but in different ways that I explain later. And then the last one, I just have the intern of AI models, which is Haiku. So I would just use Haiku to like as a librarian or like to log what did we do today, what were the lessons learned, and then create some sort of like feedback loop that will get us into, kind of like we already did this. Yes, this is the structure that I use. The first thing is we have the agents MD file that decompose the tasks into the different sub-agents. And this first wave, let's say, is the one that starts like understanding the problem, orchestrating the issue, creating the milestone, creating the next steps. Then there is an integrity check on like the work produced based with these specific skills like debug, test, stuff like that. And then there is a second wave of actual coding. So at least this is the way that I've tried so far, that it works well. It's for me as simple as saying like create a change of language button in the home screen app, and then I call the swarm, and then I hit go. And it would already like read my repository, understand what's going on. It will even know what app I'm referring to, what I was saying, although I'm working on multiple apps. So yeah, the first thing, as you can see here, it starts reading the agent MD file. So okay, let's go. And of course the skill. So then it will get the instructions that I gave on like how the wave should be deployed. And then I'm gonna stop it because I don't need that button, but you get the idea. All right. Okay, so this is it. However, this is not how we become into 100 builder. Like, this is it. So this is a thing that I was discussing the other day with a friend who is a CTO, and I found it quite fascinating. There are two different trends going on in AI development now, that is compound engineering and the dark factories. So compound engineering is something that I feel more close to, aligning values, because there is always a human in the loop. There is always a human being the mind, the creative element. In dark factories, there is no one. It's fully automated. But let's start with one. In the case of compound engineering, traditional engineering will go like, you have an idea, you test the idea to see how it goes. If it's, okay, a good idea, let's go and build it. So, okay, we have the human intent. And then we brainstorm and plan how we're going to do it. We get to work, we review it, we launch, and then there is an iteration process. We get feedback, and then we go back again. But there is all very human. With compound engineering, there is a last element, which is whatever systems are we coding or programming. This is also, by the way, doable with not only with development, but also operations. So we can have this file that I mentioned before that I have for my skills, that is the feedback file. And this feedback file will start compounding over time learnings, difficulties, stoppers. So then eventually it kind of like creates this feedback loop. So then every time you spin a specific skill or a specific set of agents, it will just self-improve and get better and better until it's almost automatically. There is still the human component in this one, which is we decide what to build, but you kind of like have to know what to build. But this is what it gets a bit different with in the case of the dark factories. So yeah, we started with prompt engineering. We focused on word. Then eventually, no, we have to plan the context. Was yeah, of course, harness. Okay, that the tools, the hooks, the MCPs, all of this, and now well, we loop everything together. So we are trying to like what I'm trying to say here is that where I see AI going, I'm not in the business of knowing the future, but. It is not necessarily maybe about a tool, but about how we build with the systems that we have. So I think like a quite nice setup that we can arrange. So yeah, this is basically what I just explained. We spend most of our human time in the planning phase, in the brainstorming ideation, because AI is still quite dumb in the sense of like probably a 6-year-old would be much more creative in finding out ways of tying their shoelaces for the first time without even seeing somebody doing it than AI doing it and understanding what is a shoe. So we still plan, we work just like tiny here and there supervision, so whilst we polish this feedback loop and then we review the other part of the time until we get the loop done. And then we compound everything. So, of course, we can write code, that's fine. We can use agentic flows to kind of like speed up, not the creative process, but at least the mechanical things, which by the way is not always the fastest way. Sometimes it's just like, just write a line if you know how to code, if not, okay. But then when we have engineered these loops and compounding knowledge, we can create pretty interesting stuff. And about the dark factory, I just don't have time to like cover everything, but is removing entirely the human element. So it is like an actual factory. So you can have inside a company multiple factories that are highly specialized on one specific feature. So they are trained on everything, every part of the element, and the ideation, code review, and feedback loop all together in this eternal loop. And there are already companies doing that. For example, Spotify engineered this in a way that they haven't written code since December. We have Google, OpenAI, and a very interesting case on Zara Inditex with something that's called fluid software. So is the concept of like, okay, if we do these factories that are just compounding and they don't require a human in this space, we could have potential opportunities of creating software that is dynamic, mobile apps that are dynamic. So it's not about a website that you can ask the agents to create for you. It's about a website that changes in real time depending on the person that is looking at it with high personalization. The copy, the text, the images, the colors, all specific for you. You can use it in targeted advertisement, websites, apps, all of this stuff. So it's interesting. I don't know how I feel about it. I kind of like rather still to have the creative mindset, but I love the innovative idea of creating, like software that is not like, oh yes, we're this SaaS company and we sell the same thing to everyone, but you can customize it automatically. People don't even have to ask AI to change it for you. You would just realize because of user behavior. So you will have heat maps around the website to understand where you click, and then when you go back, and then in base of that, it will just like change. Kind of like putting a shoe on, and then it starts to mold to your feet. So you would have AI systems that will like also like mold, let's say, your website, apps, and software in general. Okay. So yeah, I already showed you the swarm. This is an example of like a little website that I created like in 2 minutes before I came. So it's just like, for instance, it's just like swarm, create a website on whatever. A collaboration between Soho House and a Catalonian Spanish sparkling water brand. It just like pulls the photos directly from the internet. All the history is accurate. It would just have like, yeah, the photos of the place. And it has the links that automatically connect. There is nothing broken within the website. So yeah, it's just to demonstrate the power of the swarm. When you have a good harness, you can go beyond. You can take it for business as well. So for instance, I created this business intelligence for my main company that pulls real-time sentiment analysis on Reddit and blogs of like what people are saying about my competitors, about products that I'm building. I have also, like actual comments, for example, from people so I can understand from my ICP. I would have what's going on with competitors also in real time, where the market is going. So what is the opportunity and priorities of the opportunity for my business as well. So this is just because like when you give pretty strong context, and also you have build your kind of like your second brain, you will have information like systems that can get you quite useful information. Okay, so to wrap up a bit, this is it. Like you can go beyond just coding. Cloud Code can do much more than that. And this is an example of like what a good harness can look like. So in my company, by creating all of these like memory layers, MCP tools, and a good file structure, I managed to get from a context window start of like 15,000 tokens at the beginning of every session to 8,000 tokens of optimization with the same quality. So that is a 42% amount of tokens that I'm saving. And at today, I just use one Claude Max account, the 90 pounds one, for my whole team, and we don't run out of tokens. So this is, that's okay, so one thing before I finish. I have a challenge for you. I'd like you to connect with me on LinkedIn, do a little post about whatever, you take a picture or a selfie, tag me, and I'll just select a random person at the end of the day to give a guide with all of the setup for Claude. So all of the full file structure, like the skills, I'm just gonna give it all to that person. Like, here it is, what it took me like a year to build for you. So yeah, feel free just to post that, tag me later. And anyway, I just post more of the interesting stuff in my Substack, so if you wanna connect, and thank you so much.
Oh my God. Okay. We are about to break for lunch, but we have a couple minutes for a couple questions. If anyone has any, just raise your hand. We'll come over with a mic. Here we go.
Hiya, fantastic talk, thank you. Sorry, it's
Where
over
is
here.
it? Oh, okay.
Quick question. You talked about the kind of agentic swarming and fanning out, converging. Have you looked at Ultra Code and the kind of adversarial review process within Claude Code? And have you compared it to your swarming?
Can you?
Yeah, sorry. So in Claude Code, have you looked at Ultra Code and the kind of fanning out of agents within the Ultra Code setting and looking at adversarial reviews of code compared to your kind of swarming out, converging? Have you compared the outputs of both approaches?
Yeah, I mean, I used to work more with like just regular parallelization of agents. For me, it was a bit disorganized and slower. So it's a tiny difference, but in the matter of speed, for sure. And I recently just do it by accident. I forgot to put like the swarm. I just said, why is this taking so long? And then effectively the result was kind of sloppy. I did it again with the swarm, and it's just like that. It knew what to do. So I think like the structure of organization of behavior across agents is actually quite helpful. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Hello, thank you for your talk. My name is Suma. I have so far used AI self-learning, and my next level is AI agent. So I'm so impressed with your talk with Claude. So my question is there any other tools we can use for AI agents rather than Claude? So for an example, so far I have used ChatGPT. So any other tools for AI agents, please?
It depends. You can build agents from scratch, kind of like with systems like, oh, sorry. You can, it depends of like specifically what you want, no? So if you want to like build them from scratch, like, I mean, spin a Java or something like that. But if you want to do this kind of like, okay, using a coding agent, and decomposing the different roles and systems, you just need the MD files on like how do you want the behavior to look like. I don't know, like Codex, for instance, like you said, is excellent. You can use the anti-gravity. It has interesting functions as well now. I mean, Cursor as well, you can build a lot of stuff with that. So even just like your own like open source model run locally as well. So I don't think it's necessary to think about Claude specifically, but just to build very like tool agnostic, good structures, so that you never rely exactly on one specific or the other. Actually, I think it's a kind of cool idea if we together, I don't know where all of you guys are from, but I heard there's people from Norwich, others from here from Brighton, people from Barcelona. Locally, find ways of building your own, or at least training or like fine-tuning your own models within the communities. That could be quite empowering instead of like relying on American and Chinese tech. So definitely possible.
Amazing. Stephanie, thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Big hand for Stephanie once more.
Thank you.
Find her on LinkedIn. So much, so much. Okay, we're taking a break on this stage for lunch. We have an hour that this stage will be empty. You can hang out in here if you want. You can head toward the beach. There is sort of a food court. That looks very cool. It's right here. However, there is stuff still happening in this space. There is a talk downstairs with Raj, who is on the engineering team at IKEA. And in the workshop rooms, there's still a couple of workshops running. Sophie and Dan with Vibe Coding and Design Thinking, and JJ's workshop on Claude Cowork. So take a look at the app, see what you want to do, and we'll see you back here in an hour.
Jason, David, you said it yourselves on the call. Every MSP has the same fear right now. The AI foam.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. It is time for our next session. So if you can tap your neighbor and say, hey, wrap it up. It's time to listen. I wasn't going to say that from the stage, but okay. All right. If you run a business these days, or even if you're just a human being who does work, getting discovered online is not what it used to be, right? We used to know about like keywords and SEO and all this stuff. But now if ChatGPT and Claude and all those guys, if they don't know about you, then like it's pretty hard to get discovered. That's how people find information these days, right? Our next speaker is Tanya. She knows all the tricks. She is the founder of rankingonai.com. And this is her job. This is her whole job. It's to get companies discovered using the tools that we all use now to find the people that we need to do the things that we need to hire them to do. Some of her clients, get ready for this, include Suno, which raised $200 million, Cal.com, which raised $30 million, and she ate her own dog food. She sold her last SaaS after bootstrapping it and growing it using the tactics that she's going to share with you today. So let us welcome Tanya.
Hi guys, super nice to see all of you beautiful people. Before we get into everything, I want to take a minute, talk to the person next to you, tell them what you're building, how you're marketing it, and whether or not having an extra 1,000 users a week would actually help your business. I'll give you a minute. Okay, guys, we're wrapping it up. I hope you really enjoyed that, and I hope you made a connection with the person next to you so you guys can digest a little bit and strategize how you can apply everything that we're going to talk about today to what you are building, because this is the point of everything that I'm about to tell you. I like to keep it really practical. So let's say you're me. You have a problem. What do you actually do? How do you go and solve problems these days? Honestly, if you're anything like me, you open up 30 tabs. It's going to be a Claude, a Perplexity, a GPT, another 5 Claudes, and you put in the same prompt and just kind of see what happens. Let's say I have a problem. In a past life, I was a journalist, and I would have potentially used something like an AI proofreader. I asked ChatGPT, what is the best AI proofreader? What should I actually use? I have a budget. What do I do? ChatGPT then tells me, these are the best AI proofreaders. Oh, great, EditGPT. Let me go and take a look. Bam, converted. Take my money. I will do whatever our Lord and Savior, ChatGPT, says. Let's say I'm a little bit more old school. I go and I Google a thing. I Google what is the best AI proofreader, EditGPT, bam, converted. Please take my money. I will go and then buy the thing that has been recommended to me by Google's AI overview, because there's LLMs and AI in everything now. AI is completely changing how people buy, whether it's me or you or your target audience, a business that you're trying to work with. They're probably searching for your exact solution right now. And so the question becomes, how will you actually go and find them? My name is Tanya Van Kestel, and this is what I do. I run rankingonai.com. We do AI visibility and SEO for high-growth SaaS. We've been lucky to work with some of the coolest and the best tech brands in the world, Suno, Cal.com, but also companies like EditGPT, the AI proofreader that we work with. And so these are some of the things that we've been able to do and that we do on a daily basis. We drive results and we drive visibility for SaaS. So how do you actually make ChatGPT and Google love your product? Here's everything that you need to know to do well in SEO and AI visibility, or at the very least, as much as I can tell you in about 20 minutes. So I'm going to give you a couple of key things. I like to call it Apex. I think is the easiest way to remember it. And what we're going to do is we're going to play a little game. Whenever I point at you, you're going to say matters. Okay, we're going to test it out now. AI visibility. Matters. That's great. Apex. Matters. Very good, very good. That's awesome. You guys are a great audience. Authority. Matters. Very nice. I get a real kick out of that, by the way. So, what is authority? Authority means you have a problem, you ask for a solution, and then you appear as the solution. Here's a little trick. If you ask ChatGPT for something, you can scroll down to a little thing called sources. And actually, in sources, ChatGPT is going to tell you where it got that answer, right? So here you can see all of the sources. Basically, ChatGPT, it doesn't make anything up. LLMs don't make anything up. It's not pulled out of thin air. What actually happens is that it indexes all of this information, and then it will go in, it will retrieve that, it will read that, and then it will summarize it. Then it's going to tell you what that information is coming from, and then it's going to give you that answer based on those summaries. And so that gives you a clear first step in terms of how you can actually appear as the ultimate solution. One key thing that you need to understand is you need to be building high-quality content, things like listicles that models read. And so what is a listicle? A listicle is something like this. It's an article that Zapier wrote. It's called the 9 Best Marketing Automation Tools in 2026. Guess what is Zapier, if not a marketing automation tool? And so this is how you can start to think about things. Build authority as a first step towards becoming AI visible. Because authority, you guys are a little slow on that one. I'm going to keep you on your toes. Presence. Great, that's really good. So what is presence? Presence means that you are present in not just AI search, but you are present across all types of search, including Google search. Because AEO or GEO or whatever EOs, there's so much overlap with SEO. But it's done in a very specific way, and I'm going to tell you how. The basis of SEO is helpful content. And this is the basis as well of AI visibility. 88% of ChatGPT citations actually come directly from the search index. If you are cited on the first page of Google, there's a 38% overlap with that, also with the sources for authority that AI uses to then go and generate content. So good AEO is good SEO. As a bonus, Google still drives almost 200 times more traffic than ChatGPT does. Traffic that is actually attributable, that is justifiable for a marketing person to go and spend money on. ChatGPT might refer you, but it will not tell you that that click actually came from ChatGPT. So you don't know where that click came from. You can't track it in your Google Analytics. You can't see it anywhere. The click is an idea. It's not really a click if you cannot attribute it. And the problem with that is because ChatGPT may recommend you something, but you cannot click on it. You actually have to go in, copy that little tool solution, and then Google it, and then you can find it. A lot of the time, you cannot click on something, and even when you can click on something, users are not always clicking on the thing, and so there's very low conversion there. The thing is, you should focus on both. And this is what EditGPT's Google clicks look like. They went up to 9K clicks from 0 last year, all the way up to 9K just for their blog section. And that's all coming from Google. This is not AEO. This is good old SEO that then leads to really good AEO. And so you can have your cake and eat it too. What does it mean to focus on quality? It's a very difficult question to answer, but there's a scientific way to answer it. It is a way that is backed by data, and it is basically do whatever Google wants you to do, right? Do and create really good, helpful, and unique content. And a lot of the time, what this is gonna mean is that you could be creating very little pages, but they could rank really, really well. And as a matter of fact, a lot of SaaS, about 50% of their SEO revenue comes from less than 10 pages. And so you wanna create those money pages, the whales, if you will, that drive the bulk of all of your revenue and that perform really well. Quality, not quantity. Here are examples of what Zapier has done. So for example, Zapier talked about best marketing automation tools in 2026. Guess who they put as #1? Zapier, of course, because they are arguably the best marketing automation tool in 2026, and they can make a case for that. Another really great way to do it is looking at Notion and doing things like product-led growth, product-led SEO. And it's creating content about how you actually do certain use cases with your specific product, and that works really, really well too. Complicated idea, genius idea. Can I just generate all my content with AI, and will that be good for SEO? Who has wondered that so far? Right here, raise your hand. I see all of you. I see all of you, I hear you, I understand. I'm gonna give you the answer to what you can and cannot do in order to do really well in SEO and AEO. AI is amazing. I love it, I use it every day. My team of writers also use it every day. But here's the key thing. It doesn't lower the floor, it raises the ceiling. What does that mean? It basically means that if you are creating 500 different pages with AI, and anybody with a ChatGPT subscription can create the content that you are creating, you are not adding value. You might not even get indexed. What does it mean to be indexed? It means that Google has determined that your page is valuable, and that then also you will start ranking on a certain page in Google, and then also ChatGPT will pick up your content. If you generate 500 articles on your website, you publish them all in one day or in a week or in a month, and then you go in and you check your indexing, none of them will be indexed, and as a matter of fact, Google may just decide that your whole website is spam and stop giving you any kind of clicks at all. But you want to avoid that, right? Who wants to avoid that? Great, yeah, me too. So here's what you do instead. Instead, you think about all of the content that you have in your granola, your Fireflies, your meeting recorder, your whatever you have. Create all of that into an export, put it into Claude, connect it, and actually create content that is useful and that is helpful and that is unique to your business. Create something that other people cannot create, and be really thoughtful about how you create that content. Because the best type of content is human-written with AI support, because AI is amazing at creating things like tables, helping you create better documents for methodology, helping you create better documentation in terms of tables, and I highly recommend that you use it for all of that. Just don't go in and create something start to finish with AI, because it will not rank, and as a matter of fact, quality is so much more important than quantity. Here's an example of edit GPT content that performs really well. I use 12 AI proofreading software using the same paragraph. Here's the result. And so a lot of that is created using AI. It's just not completely using AI, and that works really well. So presence in regular search is extremely powerful. Presence. Very good. You guys are getting better. Endorsements. Very good. What are endorsements? Endorsements basically mean that when you have that problem, when you've looked in at the sources, you will go and see that these are not just EditGPT sources, right? You'll see there's an EditGPT article. We tested the best AI proofreaders. the best AI rewriters in 2026, Quillbot, and other blog content. But then there's here, for example, Anangsa wrote this article, PaperPal, Quillbot, Pro Writing Aid, competitors, bloggers, reviewers, what have you, have all written content about it. And some of them have included EditGPT. For example, the best AI proofreader tools of 2025, EditGPT here is ranked at number 2. And that's basically what you want to do. You don't want to just lean on your own website. You want to get other authoritative voices to endorse your tool, your platform, and you want to do that so that all of this content gets picked up by an LLM, and the LLM keeps seeing EditGPT, this tool, this tool, this tool, this tool. I keep hearing it again and again. Frequency, it really matters. And they will start to recommend that specific tool. And so you do that by getting endorsements. How do you get endorsements? You think about the person behind a specific type of content, behind a website, behind a business. Think about the people that you know in your life who are doing any kind of blog content. Think about the person you just talked to. Go and figure out if maybe you guys can do a little partnership where you post their blog, their SaaS tool, and you do yours, and vice versa. And that's called backlink exchange. And that's something that's super, super common and extremely powerful if you think about SEO and if you think about AI visibility as well. And so that's also why it's extremely helpful to be embedded in SEO community so that you can all do backlink exchange together. And as a matter of fact, that's how a lot of SEO works, is we go and talk to our network and say, hey, have you heard of this tool? Would you be interested in reviewing it? And you do a backlink exchange. So get into those backlink exchanges, land on best of lists, get reviewed on YouTube and Reddit, and earn those brand mentions. A brand mention is an endorsement. It's basically when somebody refers to your brand. And so that's what we've gone and done for EditGPT. We've reached out to YouTubers to create content. We've gotten them on different listicles for endorsements. For example, Milos Krasinski, who's a really great blogger, and Anangsa Alamian, who's also a fantastic Medium reviewer and has done awesome reviews for many years that rank very, very well. And so that's how you get your endorsements. How do you do a specific endorsement? You write them an email. You write them a really nice email. You remember that they are a person that is running a business and that you are there to help them with their business, not only for them to help you with yours. And so that's how you get into the endorsement cycle of things. And it's an extremely, extremely helpful thing to keep that concept in mind, that behind every website is actually a person who you could potentially be having a conversation with just by emailing them. So get endorsements. Endorsements! Very good. Extractability. Extractability! Really good. It's a hard one because it's a really long word. And I cheated a little bit by putting an X there, but nobody knows. What are extractions? Extractability basically means that you want to make your content really easy for AI to extract. Now, what does that mean? Basically, it means that an AI, an LLM, is a bot, right? So sometimes some websites are blocked by things like Cloudflare, and then your bot cannot look at your website. If a bot cannot look at your website, it cannot actually extract any kind of information from it. It cannot look at the content that you have on your page. And so that is what you want to be really mindful of. You basically want to go in and make sure that your website is crawlable. That's one of the top things. But then outside of that, you also want to make sure that you write in a format that we like to call BLUF, or bottom line up front, something that we like to use in journalism as well, which basically means that you put the bottom line up front. You start with the most important things. You give the conclusion away straight at the finish, straight at the top. And that's really helpful because AI crawlers have shown to mostly look at the top half of any page, which is a very simple type of little thing, but it's very, very powerful once you start executing it because all these things accumulate and they really compound and improve your AI visibility. Another thing that you really want to be very, very mindful of is that you do content refreshes. What are content refreshes? Content refreshes are basically when you go in and you add a little piece of content, or you change a paragraph, or you make significant changes to any piece of content to update it for freshness, so that when you have new information, when a competitor or when your platform has been updated, has a new feature, has a new release, you actually go and put that on that page and you make sure that that is updated. And that is a content refresh. Now, ChatGPT in studies have been shown, and this changes all the time, so you cannot quote me on this like a year from now, it'll be different. But right now, ChatGPT has been shown to basically cite 60% more, is it 60%? A significant percentage more content that has been refreshed in the last 30 days. And so that's a really, really powerful tip to be mindful of that. Think about content refreshes. There are about 10 more things on this list. The best thing you can do is go and get that checklist. I will give you a checklist, or you can Google standard AI SEO checklist, put that into Claude, and run an audit on your website with it, and make sure that you also review your own blog pages with this. A little hack for what it actually means that your website is crawlable is also make sure that you have server-side rendering. I had no clue what that meant about a year ago. I do now. The TLDR, the long story short, is you want to download this little Google Chrome extension that turns your JavaScript on or off. You want to download it, you want to turn it on your website, and that will basically show you what the bot can see. And so if your JavaScript is off, it's a lot easier for a bot to crawl your website. So download this little JavaScript toggle. So make your pages extractable. Extractability? Great. So how to actually make Google and ChatGPT love your product? Apex. Apex? Super good. So this is a before-after, right? You have a little problem. Somebody wants to find a solution, and you basically make sure that you are findable. This is about demand capture. Somebody wants something that you have. How can you be there and show up when this is happening? AI visibility framework, Apex. Authority. Presence. Endorsements. Extractability. Great. Super good. I hope that you never forget. I wish you many clicks. I wish you many conversions. I hope your build goes really well. And if you like, you can scan the QR code to get the full checklist that I just mentioned. You can go and put that into your Claude, your GPT, your Codex, your LLM of choice, and do a little audit for all of your blog and all of your content. And that was it. Thank you guys so much. Yay.
So we have about 5 minutes. If there are questions from anyone, raise your hand. We'll bring you a mic.
Thank you. That was a great talk. I was just wondering, if you've got clients that are B2B or B2C, do you have any insights as to if there's any difference for business customers versus private customers?
You mean for AI visibility?
Yeah.
It's a very interesting question. It's a very pertinent one. When you're thinking about B2C or B2B, you want to think about the models that your client tends to be using. So something that we're seeing a lot is that when it comes to B2C clients, regular users, they may not be using a paid version of ChatGPT. They may be using a free version of ChatGPT, in which case the free version of ChatGPT triggers a lot less web searches. What does that mean? It means that you need to take a lot longer to be indexed. So if GPT is triggering a fresh search every single time, it means that it doesn't matter if your content was published a week or 2 weeks ago, because it will all be indexed. But if your users are B2C and they're using the free version of ChatGPT, you basically need to wait perhaps 6 months, perhaps a year, for all of that content to be re-indexed into the existing models that ChatGPT uses. So in that case, it matters a little bit. That being said, the action is the same. The action is the same, which means that you need to be creating content that is citable and that indexes well on Google as well as ChatGPT. You're welcome.
Thank you. Hi.
There?
Mimi?
Yes. Here first.
Thank you so much. Your presentation was wonderful.
Okay, hi.
Hello. The next question is, do you have a class where you teach others? a
No,
private
but
class?
you know, I'm trying to talk to Harold actually, if he's here, about doing a Maven course. So we may do that. I have a YouTube though where I talk about all of this. It's in the link as well. I've sneakily put in a bunch of connections. It's at Founder Tanya. Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Hi, thank you for all of that, super useful. I used to have an e-commerce business and I was always worrying about backlinks and I'd pay people to do it and it was this sort of very difficult thing to do. My kind of sense is that that's changed and it's more about useful content that happens to reference you rather than like loads of links. Instead,
Yeah.
it's like useful commentary. And then on that basis, is it kind of less but better, if that makes sense? And is domain authority still this sort of...
I love that you asked that question. I think it's a very common misconception about SEO that the idea is that SEO is very complicated, it's very technical, it's very domain rating, it's very this and that. It's really not. Even SEO at its core is about creating great content that will actually be readable by people. And so that concept is the same in AI visibility. The thing with domain rating is that it does matter. And the more great content that you write, actually the more that you will naturally get that domain rating. The thing is that now backlinks are translated into brand mentions. And so they sound kind of different, but they are not very different in its essence. The long story short, SEO is not as complicated as you would think. Focus always on creating great and helpful content, and you will always do extremely well in Google and ChatGPT visibility. And I would add that you would even do better now because so many people are using AI, frankly, abusing it to create very spammy content. And this is one of the best things that's ever happened to SEOs and to writers because we actually have writers, real people who write content that we have on our team. And they use a little bit of SEO, but they handwrite. And it's one of those things that makes us extremely competitive. And it's why we are able to deliver results that go from 0 to 100K in 6 months, because everyone's using AI. And when you are not and you focus on quality, it's extremely, extremely powerful and competitive.
To that is if you're starting from 0, you've written this excellent piece, you've got to distribute it, right? Otherwise, it's just going to sit there and nothing's necessarily going to change, or is that not true?
So you get into what?
So you've built your app. It's at 0 currently, and you want to grow it. You're like, right, I'm going to write some excellent content.
Yeah.
But you've got to distribute that somewhere, and presumably distribution is a really important part of it, because otherwise, it's never going to get found, even if it's incredible.
Well, absolutely. A couple of things that you can do to start with. Start your blog, plug in a CMS. If you're on a vibe-coded website, you can use something called Ghost, which I personally really love. If you're
Ghost or Goat?
Ghost. G-H-O-S-T. Ghost.
Okay.
I think it's free, and then it's like $29 or $15. If you want to go a little bit more AI-powered, you can use Astro, which is a CMS that's completely AI-powered. It's a bit unproven, and it's a bit advanced, but I would always suggest to start with Ghost. WordPress also has an MCP that works really well with Claude. That's one part. Other parts are that LinkedIn articles are proven to rank really, really well. And even YouTube content ranks extremely well and has an extremely high correlation with AI visibility. So all of these things are now new channels in which you can create awesome, wonderful, helpful content that will absolutely help you rank, that don't even require you to look at things like backlinks.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yeah. I've put a couple of apps on the Play Store in the last month. I'm not very good at marketing, and that's my main weakness, how to market my apps.
You mean with AI visibility and SEO, how you market your apps?
No, I mean visibility for downloads of my apps from the Play Store kind of thing.
Okay. Yeah. With apps, it's people. Do you have a website?
LinkedIn, not really a website.
Yeah.
No.
I would still highly recommend you to have a website.
Okay.
You'll be able to get a lot more coverage.
Okay.
Similarly, though, you can leverage Medium, LinkedIn, YouTube, all of those things. In my opinion, having a blog will still pay dividends 1,000-fold, even if you have an app.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, we have time for one more, and I saw your hand first, so go ahead.
Hey, thank you so much for the talk. If we're saying that SEO and AEO is really just about having great content, then what is AEO aside from
Yeah.
just making things people like?
Yeah.
So like, how do we like? Is there a differentiation between
Yes.
just good content and AEO?
There absolutely is. So when we think about SEO, we think about keywords and we think about intent, right? So a lot of the shift that has happened, and actually good AEO is good SEO, but with a caveat. The caveat is that it needs to be bottom of funnel. It needs to be commercial and transactional keywords. That sounds complicated. What does it mean? It means basically that whenever I search for something, like instead of AI proofreader, instead of best AI proofreader, I just search for AI proofreader. That's informational intent. That's not buyer intent. Somebody who's searching for AI proofreader, maybe my mom. She's just looking for, my daughter keeps talking about AI proofreaders. What is an AI proofreader? She's not looking to convert. She's not looking to buy. Whereas when someone like me is searching for best AI proofreader, I'm looking to buy something because I'm looking for the best. I'm looking for comparisons. I'm looking for alternatives. I'm looking for certain types of content that will actually help me decide and make a purchase decision. So all the informational keywords, gone. It used to be that in SEO, you could create something called a glossary. A glossary is basically where you put your own company dictionary and you could rank for AI proofreader, AI tools, AI this, AI that. That doesn't work anymore because basically all of ChatGPT, all of Claude are answering all the informational queries directly. So there's no point in informational keywords. Good SEO is, good AEO is good SEO that is bottom of funnel.
Really interesting. Thank you.
Happy to.
All right, Tanya, thank you so much. Big round of applause for Tanya. Super practical. That is what we're here for. Okay, so next, in about 12 minutes, right here, we're going to have a panel led by the wonderful JJ, wherever he is. That's about the challenges and opportunities of integrating AI into teams. And down on the partner stage, we'll have a fireside chat with Tanya, who you just saw, and Marie from Tally, which will be very cool, about how Tally bootstrapped to 5 million ARR. And then we got our 2 workshops continuing. So we'll see you in 12 minutes. All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, welcome back. We are near the end of the day, and now is where we put like the rubber to the road and we get really, really practical and serious about this. Let's get serious, okay? So we've been talking all day about how, you know, now anyone can build anything, right? So if you're running a business, it's important to think about, like, what does that look like in the best case scenario? What does it look like when things go off the rails? And, like, what do you do about it? How do you incorporate this capability into a team? So JJ is going to lead a conversation with some very smart people about this topic. And I'm going to let JJ introduce everybody.
Let's do it.
All right, go for it.
Welcome. Glad to see you all today. I hope you guys have been learning, and I hope that you guys are one step closer to building your idea after today. At 10X, we focus a lot on governance, AI transformation, AI strategy, and it's a topic that small and large companies need across the whole world. And I will say that it's different for every company, and no one has it figured out yet. However, we have a really great set of panelists up here that have a lot of experience on the subject matter. So I just want to get started by each one of us, 60 seconds to introduce ourselves, where we come from, and then I'll start the questions for the day.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for coming. My name's Isabel Amazon Brown. I'm an independent consultant. I'm based in Norwich, and I work almost exclusively in the international development and humanitarian sector. So I'm coming at this from a slightly different angle from many of you today. And basically my job is to either design and then build products, mostly chatbots and AI products, and also advise international NGOs, multilateral organizations, funders on when to build or not build.
Hi, my name is Wana May, and my background is mostly as an entrepreneur and in product. Since I left Meta a few years ago, I coached over 1,000 product and engineering leaders. So I've systematized how to teach the brain and how to make the decision on what's worth building based on the failure points that I've seen in my experience. And now I put this in Moatcraft, which is a startup that I'm leading with my co-founder.
Hey everyone, great to be here. So I'm Max. I run a company called 100 School, and essentially we help companies who have access to AI and convert that access into usage, but then also capability, and then some form of or level of changing how they actually work with AI rather than just using it for using it. So our flagship product is 15 Days of AI. We go in, we upskill the whole company, raise the proficiency level, and then help them kind of move forward with their AI transformation. So excited to chat more.
Awesome. So first question to start us all off, this can be answered by anybody. So before we celebrate anyone can build, what's the part of that sentence that's a little bit of a lie inside of a real company? Who wants to take it? If anyone can build, what's a kind of a lie that you might be seeing with that statement?
I think I'll have a go.
Just talk up.
Yeah. I think the problem is the word can, and I would actually replace it with the word should, which I know is kind of partly what we're talking about here. Because I think in the work that I do, there's a really interesting tension happening between very traditional sector who's very risk averse, quite understandably, because we're working with already incredibly vulnerable populations who are existing in incredibly challenging contexts. So a huge amount of risk aversion, a lack of innovation compared to the commercial sector, but also paired with a desperate desire to be more efficient, you know, to make money stretch further, to create impact with fewer dollars. So there's a tension that's really, really kind of gripped our whole sector, and that is the kind of core question is just because it's possible and just because the carrot is being dangled in front of us, should we actually do it? And I think that is the more important question than the fact that whether you can or can't.
Anyone want to riff on it? Of course.
I want to add some data to this because I just did a talk just earlier. You can probably find it on the Create With website. But the data that I shared there is that in 2019, there was Pendo research showed that 80% of the features that got built were rarely or never used. Right now, with AI and the ability for anyone to build whatever they want, I don't even want to know what that number is. And another piece of very interesting data that I shared, which is research done by a very reputable institute of engineering research, is that AI adoption is massive in companies, and they write so much more code. But the reality is that the gains in actual bottom line are very, very little, and not because they don't build more, but just because they don't build the right things.
Thank you. Let's have a new question from Max here. So Max, if we forget about strategy for a second, what's the actual first thing that a non-technical person should try to build this week? Like a boring project, a system? Is there anything that you find that with these non-technical people that is a good thing for them to build?
Yeah, I think that going back to your first question as well, the word build is so interesting because it means a million things to a million different people. So build for us or a lot of people in this room could mean building something called vibe coding, and that's kind of very scary for a lot of people. Whereas building for maybe a more non-technical audience or people that haven't even used AI and just getting their feet wet, that's a very different definition as to what that means. But as to where you should start, where you should begin on that journey, I think it's literally about mapping out the tasks you're already going to execute on that day, and then thinking, all right, or just picking randomly the one task that you find the most annoying to do with AI, and actually, without AI, and then picking it to build with AI, and using Claude or whatever to kind of just start moving through the process of building. And it may be the smallest thing possible. It may be just copy that you get back, or it could become a system in and of itself.
Awesome. For Juana, AI can build almost anything now. So the bottleneck moves from can we to should we? How do we teach that judgment to someone who's never had to make the call? And what does getting it wrong actually look like? So, to these new builders, what does that look like?
That's a very big and complicated question, but you're lucky that I created the answer to it. and it's the talk that I mentioned that I just did earlier. So I encourage all of you to look it up on the Create With website. I think there will be a recording of it. But basically, this product sense or product judgment is something that product managers, you would hope they would have built and developed in themselves over years of experience. But now, a lot of people are trying to build, so how do they get this product sense thing or product judgment? How do they get it fast enough to actually build the right things? Because if you end up, I don't know, building another note-taking app, you're definitely not going to be an overnight success, right? So that's what I did with the talk earlier. I shared the system that I created that is a very deliberate, step-by-step system to ask yourself specific questions before you even start building to identify whether it's the right thing to build. What I found is that most people tend to go very broad and they don't have specifics. They don't know the actual problem that they're solving. They're just thinking, okay, well, it would be nice to get something like this, but they don't really know who cares, who would pay, why, would this even have a chance to become a business? Is it big enough? Is it important enough? Does anyone care enough about solving this to wake up in the middle of the night and give you like a lot of money or whatever you ask of them to solve this problem for them? Is it that important for anyone? Because if it isn't, it's not worth it.
Thank you. Isabel, there's a lot of people very excited to build right now. But what might you advise them of, like, when maybe they're pitching something to you and you could advise them of, like, when not to do it? Like, one of those things of just like, no, that doesn't seem like the right way, think about it again. Like, what are some of those things that you look out for?
Yeah, again, with the caveat that in the use cases I work in, I'm working in very different contexts where, like I said, the stakes are very much higher. So probably the pause button would be triggered more quickly. I think the biggest thing I would say, and this has come up at one of the great workshops earlier, is if you haven't done your research, then you shouldn't be building yet, with a caveat that I'll get to in a minute, because there's building, as you pointed out, but there's also building to prototype and test ideas, which are two very different things and shouldn't be mistaken. But yeah, do your research. And by the way, one of the other things that strikes me here today amongst all of the brilliant talks is that it's been amazing to see the enthusiasm by people who are not traditional developers, not traditional people in the engineering world, in the VC world, in the startup world, trying new things and having the power to do that, as you pointed out yourself. But I think we also need to remind ourselves that all of the principles that we in the product space have learned the hard way over the last 20 plus years of product experience, digital design experience, all these things still hold true, and yet the stakes are now even higher. So I heard a great talk earlier that made some really important points. But really what we're talking about is the importance of creating minimum viable products, for example, starting simple, being really cautious about feature bloat. So do your research into what it means to create digital tools. There's so many assets out there already. Depending on the context that you're working with, it's also incredibly important to understand your users as best as you possibly can. And that includes the limitations for them to actually use your tool in the first place. So I think all of us take for granted here that we have regular access to the internet, that we have regular access to electricity, that we have the digital literacy skills required to make the best use of digital tools and actually do the thing that it promises to deliver to us. Similarly, we assume that we're all operating on the same basis in terms of the level of privilege that we have, or the level of gendered relationship with our use of technology. All of these things, even in the West, shouldn't be taken for granted. So I think really making sure that the foundations upon which you're building the assumptions that are underpinning your idea are really solid, really well researched. Whether or not the particular product that you're excited by and that that's kept you awake in the middle of the night ends up being the one you build, that foundation is the thing that will eventually lead you down a path to create something successful. But you cannot build good products without doing that research in the first place.
Thank you. Max, I'm going to pass this question to you. And it was a question that someone asked me earlier. They're like, hey, I'm a CEO of a 50-person company. We have an engineering and then we have a non-engineering team. How do I get my non-engineers to start building things? And what is the right way to start thinking about this?
Yeah, so with a lot of companies we work with, the classic thing, there's two problems. So one, they will come to us and say, all right, everyone is at very, very different levels. You've got your early adopters, you've got your people that are really terrified and anxious about using this technology, and then you've got predominantly your engineering teams that are ahead of the curve. And I guess engineering is probably one of the first use cases that was instantly applicable and useful, whereas there's probably a lot of non-engineering use cases that were more abstract in terms of using AI, so the adoption was probably slightly slower. Anyway, the question there is, well, how do you kind of get your non-technical teams building or creating or using AI? And I use the word using there because, again, not everyone necessarily should be a builder. I don't think you should necessarily arm everyone in your organization to be a builder. That is not potentially a good thing. But if you enable your broad non-technical population at least how to do the basics with AI, so data analysis, how to write, how to create slide decks, how to prototype and show their ideas, so that they can either pass those on to either the champions network in their teams or move that onto engineering. So I think the best way you can get your non-technical population to start is giving them small tasks that help them build that habit around their working day to use AI. And that's probably the first thing I do.
Awesome. Go for it.
Yeah, I just want to double down on something you just said around the importance of prototyping, because I agree with you that I don't think everyone should build. I think people should be given the digital literacy skills, the critical literacy to decide whether they can and they're a good fit. But I do think everyone should be able to build enough to prototype, because the number of times that I've sat on projects which are 6 months in, 12 months in, 18 months in, and nothing has yet been built because you're following a kind of more traditional process, and you suddenly realize that everyone around the table has a completely different concept of the thing that is being invested in. So if I could change anything in the builder space, it would be empowering enough team members across the board, not just the people whose job it is to actually design the products or measure the impact of the products, everyone, to go away for an hour and build a prototype of what they think everyone is building, and use that as a launching pad to actually talk about, like what we are and aren't building and why not, and creating something tangible as quickly as possible from which you can then have richer conversations. For me, like the value of universal building and building democratization kind of lies there for most teams that are of those different skill levels. So.
I want to bring something to this, because you're right, prototyping is very important, and I love that you're saying prototype in order to color the conversation, the deeper conversation, because what a lot of people will understand from prototyping and testing today is, let's just build whatever, put it out there and test it. And I'll give you all a challenge. You probably have that LinkedIn friend or that person that builds another web app every other week, and they come and they say, oh, look what I built, you want to try it? And then you try it. You try the first one, you try the second one. By the fifth or by the seventh one, you don't even try it anymore, you don't even look. You tell them, oh, it's awesome, I love it, good luck with it, right? So then the results that you get, if you exhaust your audience with testing, is going to be skewed.
Well said, well said. Thinking about this for a second, for anybody, what is the most impressive thing that you've seen a non-engineer build? And it could be like a system, it could be a skill, it could be an app. Generally, like these non-builders, what are we seeing as like is a success in that way? Or
I think it's quite telling, actually, that we're all like, do you want to answer? I'm not sure. I don't have any.
You could also take the alternate approach and say what you saw was not a good thing that they built as well.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. So, as I said, I coached quite a lot of product leaders, and they're so excited that they can build with AI, and they started building stuff, but that stuff is not working oftentimes. And that's the thing. What you need to build right now in order to get credibility and a product that someone would pay for and that would be, I don't know, enough to justify that, tends to go beyond something that you can vibe code in an afternoon. Now, what you can do with what you can vibe code in an afternoon is validate some hypotheses. But the actual product, that's why I agree, not everyone should build, because there's a little bit more complexity of what you should actually put in a product.
Yeah, I'm really trying to put pressure on myself to not be a Debbie Downer, so I'll try and give a positive example from my own work. So I'm a designer, but I'm not a visual designer, so I don't create user interfaces. My decks are frankly horrible to look at. And it's always been a kind of Achilles tendon for me, right? Because my whole job is to synthesize ideas, carry people along on a journey, translate complex concepts into things that people can understand. If you love reading, then my previous work you would have really enjoyed. But most people now are obviously reading way less, and everyone has different levels, etc. So from my perspective, one of the real assets that it's brought me is the ability to translate stuff that was previously incredibly complex, text-heavy, dry, with lots of different moving parts, and very quickly create very accessible, visually oriented assets that still have the kind of nuance that the work kind of deserves, but that I've knocked up in the space of a couple of hours playing around on, GPT Plus or whatever. So I think the utilities obviously are going to be unique to each different person, but I think finding the one skill for each team member where something that they are fundamentally good at, but maybe they haven't found the right medium to communicate that skill or to kind of leverage that skill to its full ability, is a really great starting point for their journey as a builder in whatever shape that might take.
One kind of thing that just came to mind as well is it's not so much a workflow that I've seen that's incredibly powerful to share today, but it is how time has been reallocated between teams based off the usage of AI. So there is a marketing team that we enabled to essentially have more control over their website, their marketing website, their landing pages, etc., that they were putting out. Now, beforehand, the bottleneck there was IT and engineering, because they had to wait before they could change anything on that page or that site, whether it was copy or the look or the feel or whatever like that, to make those changes. Whereas now they have built the capability to do that themselves, which has taken, has given back time to IT and engineering, which is great, but then it's given them the ability to increase the likelihood that their landing pages are going to convert because they can change them more frequently. And it's a marketer that is changing that copy or doing or running more A/B tests than it is kind of an engineering team holding that bottleneck.
For our C-suite in the room, how important do you think it is that the C-suite get up to speed with AI as well? As non-builders, technically, how important is it for them to also learn the latest skills of AI?
Just a quick one on that. I'd say incredibly important. I think the organizations that are most forward-thinking and probably progressive with AI and advanced are those that have had leadership model that behavior from the get-go. And they are the ones that are using AI day-to-day just as much as their employees are. Because if you say you're a CEO and you want to drive change through the organization, if you're not actually doing the thing that you're asking your employees, there's a big gap and chasm in that communication plan. And I mean, the biggest example of this is Shopify's CEO, who is shipping code like every day on Shopify using these kind of vibe coding tools. Now, is that something your CEO should probably be doing? No, or that's an outlier case, but it's just an example to give you a feel for kind of what I believe those organizations should be doing.
Yeah, just to double down on that, leading by example is key. Like, if you would work in a company where your CEO would not touch AI or would use AI very little, would have no idea what to do with it, would you be curious to use it? Would you be using it? Probably not. Because at the end of the day, you look at your leaders to try to model the successful behaviors and the patterns that got them there and what they do to be successful. So if that's what they teach by their example, then yeah.
Let's say we have a really eager employee where they're like, hey, Max, anyone? I've been learning Claude Code at nights and weekends. I feel really good. I want to contribute to the product, or I want to contribute to the code base. Or what is a good way that you can guide them in a safe way to start doing more with AI in your company? And I know it's different for everything, but maybe some suggestions that anyone has of like, we want to take this enthusiasm and help them, but like in a way that's safe for the company.
I actually have an example. It's a little bit pre-AI, but for example, when I was in Meta, this engineer came to me with an idea that I didn't understand at all. It was very technical for like data pipelines. What I was doing is I owned the authenticity verification platform and data infrastructure. So it's very technical. I didn't really understand what the idea was. His manager didn't even understand what the idea was or how valuable it was. But I didn't say no. I didn't say don't do it. I said, okay, well, let's figure out how this can enhance the strategic direction that we're moving into. So I think this encouragement and helping people to see the types of value and the types of metrics that they need to look at and see if they can potentially move, that will give them encouragement. So this engineer went and got the data, and it turned out that that was one of the star projects of that half, and it 10x'd our ability to improve our ML models to test and improve. So it was huge, but nobody had noticed it because they didn't position it in the right way. So I think helping people to understand the direction that we're moving into and how to align what they're thinking about and encouraging them to try things and to figure out, okay, how much value can I bring by doing this, is very powerful.
As we work to finish up here, I'd love to hear from each of you, maybe a tip that you can give to our new and aspiring builders in the room of leaving this conference, what things they should be thinking about for doing more with AI, interacting more with AI at their companies, and for the leaders out there, how they can empower their employees with AI. Take whatever approach you want, just like one tip each. Max, why don't you get started?
Thanks for that. Yeah, I think if you're a CEO or kind of in the C-suite thinking about how to kind of start your AI journey as a company, I think you should think about two things, measurement and pathways. So most companies start their AI strategy by throwing mud at the wall. There's probably a lot of unnecessary mud you do not need to throw at the wall if you know what's happening already in terms of what your usage looks like, what people are using AI for already, and what the propensity to learn and the mindset is towards AI in your organization. So start with measurement or try and understand a little bit about where your people are at so you can then create more targeted interventions. And then secondly, those interventions should be pathways. They shouldn't be one-time things. They shouldn't be hackathons that just start and then end at the end of the day and say, look, we've built an AI strategy. It shouldn't be a workshop series that kind of begins and then ends overnight. It should be structured pathways that help your people continuously upskill because this thing is always improving as well.
My advice is a bit contrarian to what I've been saying so far, but there's this advice generally that you should start your day with a win because then it'll give you more motivation for the rest of the day. So I keep saying, okay, we should build the right things. Don't test just everything because you will wear out your audience and so on. But on an individual level, go and play with AI. If you haven't done it before, go and play with it. Find time to play with it. Build the smallest things that you just fancy building for whatever reason. Just have fun with it and find your love for it and explore if you haven't done it. And then once you get to the point where, okay, I want to build a business or I want to turn it into business value, then you start thinking, okay, strategically, what should I actually build? What should I test? And how do I leverage AI? But first thing, if you haven't used AI, use it, play with it, get that little win to get you started, and find your love for it. Find how it works in your life.
Yeah, I was thinking about your speech this morning, and one of the things you kept saying again was like, if I can do it, you can do it. And this fear maybe that coding, building, product shipping, whatever, was only for like a particular brand of like super smart technical people, and that part of your journey and why it was so powerful was that you kind of disproved that, I guess, to yourself and to other people. And so I would say that's crucial. So it's kind of similar to what Iwan is saying is, it's not just about digital literacy, but it's about fostering a culture within your organization of digital confidence, particularly and especially for those people who think that, the technical side of things, the design side of things is absolutely not for them for whatever reasons. They could be personal reasons, they could be cultural reasons, they could be kind of broader structural reasons, but finding ways to kind of empower people to have that confidence, to sit down and play and to think, what role could I play in this new emerging ecosystem, and what is going to be my particular kind of interpretation or embodiment of my unique skill set in the world of AI building. And that's not just about, how do you do it? It's about building confidence and about building a culture of creativity and a willingness to kind of experiment and create within kind of safe boundaries, and seeing what emerges from that, and taking it from there, basically.
Awesome. Let's give it up for our panelists today. Thank you, everyone.
Amazing. Thank you. Thank you, all of you. 1 second, and then we'll let you go. Just like be the furniture for a moment. In 15 minutes from now, on this stage, we'll have another panel. This is going to be about opportunities for non-technical builders in 2026. That is with me. I am leading that panel. So if you're tired of me, then you want to go to George's talk, which is downstairs, and George is talking about building your app for scale. This is George Collier, legendary Bubble developer. So that's it, and then the day is over, and then we go have a drink together. All right, so we'll see you in 15.
reminds me.
I do recognize you from X.
Hey,
Yes.
okay. Yeah, I don't look like this in that. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, you have to swell.
More casual.
All right, everybody. Welcome to the final session of the day. Give yourselves a pat on the back. You made it. You almost made it. Yeah. Good job. Good job, everybody. Okay, for this panel, I'm going to be leading these lovely people in a discussion about the opportunities that are here for all of us now, right? And we're also going to address some of the fears that maybe some of us have about the future. I mean, let's face it, it's a little bit scary, right? So, I'm going to quickly just really quickly introduce you. Some of you guys have spoken throughout the day, so you know these folks already. Also, they will all be at the after party. Of course, yes. Correct. So you can meet them and chat as friends would. There. So we have David, CEO of Glide, founder and CEO of Glide. Yes. Mariam, co-founder and CEO of Softer. Maureen, tech founder, CEO. So Maureen leads an accelerator for women in Ireland and also a tech conference for women in Ireland. I got that right?
For everyone, but it's women innovators, showcasing women innovation.
Ah, okay. It's for everybody, but showcasing women. So girl power. Nick Carroll is from Bubble. I forget your title, Nick. Lead product manager at Bubble. And Yao Kai is the founder and CEO of Momin. So welcome everyone. So we're going to talk for about 30 minutes. If we have time at the end, we might take some questions. But we have 5 people, so we're talky people. So what we're going to dig into is what it looks like to have a career or build a business or build a product today, right? We're going to talk about that from a bunch of different angles because everyone kind of comes from slightly different angles. And we're going to discuss both the challenges and the opportunities. So before we get into anything really specific, I want to ask each of you to tell us what was the last time you were building something either for yourself or for your work, big or small, and you thought, oh my God, this would not have been possible a year ago. Go for it.
So that will be today. 2 guys came over and said, we have a learning management system. It's kind of annoying to do. The data's all broken up. And I'm like, well, let's build it now. So I used Claude to connect to Moment to build the backend, and then use Claude to connect to just React. And it's running now. So that wouldn't have been possible a year ago.
Very cool. Very cool. In just like a little bit, like a short little session.
Well, they were standing around. The thing took like an hour and a half, but it was mostly Claude doing the work. I'm just there for participation, I suppose.
Anyone else have a thing that comes to mind? Yeah, go for it.
So I can talk about internally at the company. I would say on a good day 2 years ago, we would ship 4 pull requests. Pull requests is like the bundle of code that goes into your product. And we do about 100 a day now.
100
with the same
a day.
engineering team. So yeah, 100 features, bug fixes, and changes.
That's like bonkers.
Yeah, and I have an app on my home screen that just shows me this feed. It's basically impossible to keep up with our own pace of development at the company. And in that list are people from our sales team, our support team, our designers.
They're pushing code as well.
Yes, yeah. With review. There's a lot of automated review in there. But yeah, definitely it's a development. This is Glide itself, like our product, so it's kind of deep. But it's much more of a team sport, even at that like deepest level, which is it's unbelievable, frankly.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, we're going to come back to people shipping things that you wouldn't expect. But yeah, Mariam?
I'll probably add another example of an internal tool as well, or internal tools. 2 years ago, software was, and also AI obviously, but software particularly was quite in a different place in terms of the platform capabilities. So today we have lots of internal tools with software itself. So we almost don't use any other SaaS. We only use HubSpot as a SaaS tool, like to manage CRM. We actually had it also in software and then transitioned to HubSpot. But we have lots of essentially workflows, which we see also a lot of our clients or customers do manually. They don't even realize you can actually build your custom solution that doesn't even have a name for that. Like we manage, for example, external creators and influencers who we work with entirely end-to-end, reporting-wise, briefing them and getting their everything kind of lined up to be reviewed by us. Everything is managed through the platform, and there's not even vertical solutions sometimes for these types of tools. So today we just build it internally, and almost every kind of tool is possible to build, really.
Yeah, very cool. Yeah.
So in terms of, first of all, you said, I only heard the start of the sentence. I was like, brilliant, I can talk about Lego, because I always build with Lego. I thought you were going to say, what was the last thing you built? And I was like, okay, good. No.
Yeah, what did you build with Lego?
Well, we use it as part of our accelerator in terms of, so as part of our first workshop, we get women to actually build their persona, build what the product is, and get very much 3D. And I think that's what's quite interesting at the moment, is actually a lot of innovation is actually getting away from the screen and getting really kind of playful. But like in terms of what Tech Founder, like we're a startup, we're kind of really small but big ambitions. And I suppose over the past year, the whole context piece has become so much more important. So we're kind of using Notion, everything's transcribed. I have Plod on my phone, I forgot to charge it, unfortunately. But this whole idea of constantly, building the context, building that kind of knowledge base, I think that's something that has changed a lot in a year. Where like a year ago, you might transcribe a meeting with Otter and never go back to it, or meeting notes. But this whole idea
that it's immediately accessible.
Exactly, but this has value, and this has value when you're running reports or gathering insights, or reporting on what the real needs of founders are. Or obviously, it's a real need. It's also kind of a value in terms of innovating when we build our own products as well, because there are ambitions to build our own products. So I think that's what's quite interesting in the year.
Nick, you got one?
I got my own mic. Yeah, there's my wife is a real estate agent in the south of France, and there's no database of properties there. And so every agent has to look across, maybe 20, 30 different websites, depending on where they're looking, to try and figure out and find a property for a client. And I was like, that's ridiculous. So I sat down with Claude Code and basically asked her, hey, give me some of the agencies that you normally look at. And then within 2 hours, had a database of, scraped a database of all the properties in the area. And now her and her agency have access to 3,000 properties that they can search directly. And this was something that, again, built in, cumulative a few days. And it's just one of those where from idea to problem solved in a very short period of time.
What's funny is I'm a developer, work on Bubble, and at the end, yes, shout out Bubble. At the end of the day, my brain is very tired, right? But now, because you can, prompt a thing, maybe not a whole thing in one sitting, but you can kind of have these little side projects that I had just sort of given up on, and now it sounds like a lot of you are sort of doing. So your Twitter is full of them. Oh. Yeah. Too many. Okay, I want to come to you, Maureen. So you run an accelerator. It's 4 months long. Is that correct? Yeah, 12-week sprint. 12-week sprint and some build days. And this is providing technical guidance and mentoring and investor pitch prep and things like that for women entrepreneurs, right? So I'm curious how you see this new landscape opening up opportunities that you didn't exist before, that sort of equalize.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So my own background is I'm a product person, so I I did a Master's in Computer Science just at the start of Web 2.0. Then I ended up working in the BBC in Belfast and London, developing multi-platforms. So I love product and I love shipping products and working with all sorts of, in the past, maybe they don't still, they will exist in the future, UX designers or, software engineers, and having that whole multidisciplinary team. But really my passion has always been kind of user-generated content and co-creation from the very early days. And that was, so there's always been this idea, from Web 2.0, WordPress, suddenly it was like, oh, we're changing websites, everybody can build a website with WordPress, or everybody can create content. So this is not a new theme, it's almost just like another evolution of it, that we can now, kind of create more involved apps, or we can create a database, and scrape the internet for things. So, so I'm hugely passionate about that every one of us can actually create products, regardless of gender, regardless of background, regardless of having done a software, computer degree. I was just chatting earlier to Nick there, and I was saying it's incredible. Ireland has just got we've just kind of announced another unicorn from Dublin, which is Finn. It's just been acquired by Salesforce for $3 billion, which is incredible. Wow. So that's so cool. But they were not, I know the name of this is like non-technical builders. They are non-technical builders. I know these guys. Like we used to have tweet ups and, and they were like UX designers. So like creatives are so important and always have been so important. And I think somewhere along the line we created this myth, oh, you have to be a coder, you have to be a software engineer, that's where the real brains are, that's where, that's where it really all happens. And for me, I said everybody's creative, 100% women are everybody's creative, as, the tech bros, and a lot of the women that I work for, they've got something else, they're really committed to the problem they're solving. Like this is not something they've just come across in a hackathon, like this is the latest trend, femtech. This is something they are passionate about, they care about, they've put their own money into, they've given up their job, they've, sold the family jewelry for whatever, so women will be the next wave of tech entrepreneurs. I've like no doubt at all. So back a woman, if you meet any women tech founders, back them with money. We need the money.
Yeah, I don't think it was merely a myth that technology could only be created by technologists. I call it the engineering filter has been removed. And I'm a techie myself. I'm not a historian, so please excuse a crude and grandiose comparison. But before the printing press, the church was the only printer, the only institution that could promulgate their ideas. And in this case, the filter on all the technology that mediates our lives was the church was nerds. And the church has been kind of deposed. The filter is gone. I guess the Pope would be Mark Zuckerberg.
Oh,
I don't mean to offend any Catholics, but my point is that this was just a contingency of how the technology was arranged, and now there's this smooth path where anyone who's passionate about something, to belabor the point, the social network was created by some of the least social people that you could. That doesn't make any sense in retrospect. So now the people who are closest to the problem, who are inspired, who have something unique perspective to offer culturally, can communicate it through technology more easily now. It's not solved yet, but that's like, I think there's a beautiful renaissance possibility right now, this broadening.
Yeah, very cool. So I want to shift, Mariam. We were having a conversation last night at dinner, and you mentioned that at Softer, there was a feature that you had built recently, and I can't remember what the feature was, but that doesn't matter. You said at some point in the conversation, you said, our partners aren't very happy about that feature because, and partners, by partners, what I mean is like the freelancers who help people build on Softer, right? Because what this feature did is it made it simple for your users, your end users, to build it themselves. So they didn't need the partner to come in, right? And so, I am a freelancer. That's what I do. I'm the equivalent of your partner. And so for me, then that means like I lose the work, right? My client doesn't need me anymore. So my question for you, my spicy little question is, how do you balance? Yeah, I know.
Long story short, I think there's actually more work for you, to be honest.
Okay, I want to hear about that. Yeah.
I mean, for the context, that feature was the AI app builder that now AI built it for you. So we have 100 plus partners who are building for clients. Obviously, our platform has been easy, simple to use. So a lot of the times it's actually people building it for themselves. But obviously there's companies that are always going to need support and help building. So partners usually act as this kind of engineering resource, or like people to think through architecture, the problem, and then figure out what actually needs to be built, right? So when we launched the AI App Builder, and essentially what it does, you just add a prompt, even like 2-3 sentences, and it just does most of the work. Like 80% of your actual work that the partner potentially would be doing is done for you. So it creates your database, all of the front end, all the business logic, the UI, permissions, etc. So essentially, as a partner, you can just go and say, okay, this built for you. Maybe you need just some adjustments. But I think that we are missing like an important caveat there, which is, and same problem with today with all of the vibe coding platforms, right? So people think, okay, great, amazing. Now the AI is going to build it for me. But what is really missing, what's really not AI isn't doing, is this understanding of what exactly you are building, understanding of the problem, and actually what it means in the platform. Even if AI builds everything for you, in order to really continue using this, iterating, continue maintaining, right? You as a user, as a builder, you have to understand what exactly is happening, what just happened. I mean, it's not a black, with AI, it's a black box almost like, and you just can't iterate from there. But the first version is only the first version. If you're really building something for long term, that's just not going to be, that's just the first step. It's not the finish line. So that's where actually partners come in, which is partners help people and clients understand what the platform architecture should be, what actually should be even built, how does their business use case translate into the platform functionality, and then teach the clients how to build it for themselves. So in fact, actually, it's great that it opens up to a lot more users, but actually many companies are going to need help. Like we are saying, these events are happening. There's so many people just from organizations coming in and wanting to learn how to build with AI vibe code. So the interest is, 100x, 1000x more now. So partners are actually going to have more work, I think.
Yeah, interesting.
So it's a good time to start an agency business.
But it is a different skill, right? Because a lot of times I know in the bubble world, there's a lot of what we call greenfield developers. They're like, they want to build a fresh new app. That's an easier proposition, and it can be more fun, right? And coming in toward the end of a project is much more difficult, right? So there's a different skill set that comes in. Do you find that, Nick or David, for your partners?
I think it might be more fun for some people, and I think other people might have more fun coming in and like seeing something that might be kind of a mess, or seeing something that needs work and actually enjoy that challenge more. I think it comes down to more individual tastes, and it kind of depends. But that kind of like, oh, AI is going to like remove demand thing, I think that gets floated around a lot. Like, oh no, the partners, there's going to be no more work for them, or AI has impacted software engineering more than any other role, but we're hiring more software engineers than ever before, right? There's never been more open roles for PMs. So I think everyone is working more than they ever have, even though AI was supposed to make us all more efficient, and it has, but the demand has only grown now to just do more with that technology. So that, I feel like AI is solving a lot of problems or is going to like get rid of a lot of jobs. I think there's a lot more nuance to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair. David, you feel like you want to, no? Yeah. You're just thinking?
One interesting change is businesses, in most cases, they don't want more software.
Sure.
And there's a new opportunity for the people who, traditionally you might have built WordPress sites. I think you mentioned WordPress, or sort of these no-code systems. Businesses now want to automate and adopt AI. So that's where, if you're concerned with like what can freelancers do, if you can understand how to adopt these tools and teach businesses and build systems around them, because there's more to getting the most out of these systems than just installing a chat on your desktop or something. So yeah, I think that's where we can be very thoughtful and creative. But at the same time, it's moving so fast, it's impossible to forecast just in 2-3 years what the form factors are going to be, or how powerful and fast AI could get and how it will adapt. But yeah, if you're looking for room today where people who used to provide a straightforward service of building a piece of software or a website. You need to sort of move into process automation, helping companies adopt AI in sort of a reliable way that they can supervise and trust, because it's very scary. But it's very fun and very exciting opportunity in this moment.
Yeah. I've been thinking a lot about expertise and sort of loyalty to either a skill set or a tool, right? Like, I have defined myself as a Bubble developer for a long time, and now I wonder if that is that valuable anymore, because things change so much. Should we kind of be thinking more about being generalists than being like an expert? Like, what's the value of expertise now?
Well, it's back to the Renaissance, isn't it? It's back to kind of dabbling, that this idea of expertise is quite a recent thing. So I think that's again where, I suppose that's the product manager role, which is relatively new. Like a product manager, when I was in the BBC, I was a senior producer. So product managers, it's all quite new, but it's that role of being the generalist and being the champion for the problem, being the champion for the audience or for the user. But it's also this idea that everyone talks about, okay, it's all about vibe engineering, inverted commas now, it's not about vibe coding. And I suppose I don't even know what's meant by that half the time, but I think what they mean is that it's more credible, it's more thought through, it's more, there's a kind of something, there's more substance to it, there's something behind it in terms of if you're talking to a funder, if you're talking to somebody, that you can be more credible. And I think for women founders, we have a harder time, so we have to be credible. So when people ask, okay, where's the, is it safe, is the data safe? Is it stored safely? What's the server? What's your server solution? What's your architecture? Like, these questions can be made to kind of trip people up, so that they come across as not being credible. So I think that's what's quite interesting as well, is this whole idea of that roadmap to kind of creating a credible product that is fundable and that generates revenue, and how that is changing.
Yeah, fair.
And I don't know, because we're talking to Nick about Bubble, and that was the idea with something like Bubble. Do you create something that's more, inverted commas, secure from the start versus lovable, where it's kind of like, the reputation is one that's a bit more flaky? I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, I believe I saw you define vibe engineering versus vibe.
Oh yeah, I said vibe engineering, vibe, and then you have the engineering, and then you have just spray and pray kind of vibing. Spray and pray works for one-off software. In fact, it works pretty well. And if it's a weekend project, I think that is the approach you should adopt. But for something you want to keep around, you want to iterate on, you want to make that an actual product, and sometimes I would say that take it beyond the finish line, you really will need control. And control comes from expertise. That expertise can be on software architecting, on the actual product design, or on a particular tool. And I think if one were to properly build something, that's a prerequisite, with or without AI. AI will help us learn those platforms much faster. It can do a bunch of scaffolding and do the tedious stuff, but there needs to be some human brain cells in there for that to be a proper product.
Damn. You have talked, about when a non-technical person builds with AI, that the LLM can come back with like structural things that can kind of bite you in the butt later, right? So you've built Moment to be opinionated about how the foundation of the app is built, right?
Yeah.
So what strikes me about that is you're technical.
Yeah.
You are a very technical person, right? And most of the people using your platform and most of the platforms up here are non-technical. Right. So they don't know the value of that, right? So my question is, how should we non-technical people be educating ourselves? What are the foundational things we should actually spend time learning if we're going to build something?
Yes, so I can give like the philosophical answer and then the practical answer. So the philosophical answer is always be curious and never think there is magic. Like, you can always dig down, especially with the help of LLMs. That's like you have 24-hour tutor that you can ask anything about, and then it is pretty competent on almost anything. So be very curious about anything. Then the practical answer is, well, database. Learn database, and that's the heart of your application. So
what do you mean by learn database?
Learn a database is in how to structure a database. What are the guarantees that database provides you, namely ACID. So if you don't remember anything, remember ACID and not the other thing. So it is atomicity, isolation, consistency, and durability. A data store should give you those guarantees, and then you should learn how to make good use of it. You can always chat with AI to learn that, but I think that's it is the most important thing to learn.
Yeah.
I would like to add one more thing, actually. Interestingly enough, you said a lot of non-technical people do not even know about these things, right? I think that's one thing we saw very clearly, especially with AI now exposing all these platforms. You build something from the beginning, it looks amazing, impressive, and everyone who now is building thinks, okay, they build an app. But in fact, they don't, because they don't know the foundational concepts behind an actual app, right? It seems like it's an app. And again, there is nothing wrong with building simpler things. It's, I think, amazing to build with AI, vibe coding. It does an awesome job. But then if you're actually building business apps, business software, there is some foundational pieces like roles, permissions, databases, and most of non-technical people don't even think about that, right? They don't even know, when you are building and you are logging into the application, that login functionality alone consists of 10 different pages, hundreds of different edge cases that you have to consider. So I think there's two ways to approach it. One is to actually expect those people to learn those things and expect them to get good at it. But I personally, having worked for the past 4 or 5 years with business users who are busy, who just want to get solution out there, they want to solve a problem, we should not force them to actually learn those things. What should instead happen is the platform should be capable of handling those complexities, especially the ones which are it's very high level and very foundational, like login and permissions and database structures. Those should be guided by the platform. So the platform should really help the user learn by teaching them, by building maybe the right best practices first of all, and then helping to teach the user. So yes, agree, I think the databases and some of these foundational concepts for business apps are critical. But again, at the same time, I do think that's the job of the platform to take care of, and then leave the rest, which is very much business specific, what the user should care about, to them. Because it's same what happened with engineering, right? Software engineers, they don't create new authentication systems, or they just use existing libraries and APIs and services. So why are we forcing business users to learn all of that from scratch?
Yeah.
And just to give you some confidence, if you identify as non-technical, there's not like this line between the technical people and the non-technical people. The people who are technical, they don't know how the computer works. I promise you. There's 10 layers of abstraction before you get to the silicon. They know like JavaScript, okay? So you're just like one more level up from these people. So you can do it, you can build it, and I think you made a great point. You have the perfect instructor to take you to whatever level you could go all the way down, and you could be more technical than programmers.
Yeah.
So that should, I just want to pull down that barrier a little bit, because it's more of a continuum, and you're very close to the people who are making software before AI.
I was talking to a guy who is a Monday.com consultant, and he was sort of exploring other tools. He was looking at Bubble, he was thinking about vibe coding and Claude Code and stuff like that. And he was like, but I don't know anything. And I was like, well, database. Like Monday is a database. And he was like, is it? I don't know. He just had no idea. And so I think, we're all using databases all the time. Our phones, like contacts is a database. Everything is a database, right? And so and we understand how this contact relates to that. We have a mental model of that, but we may not think about it in technical terms. So I think there's a lot we all kind of know. Yeah.
But it's also back to, and I hate this word, the moat. I remember when I first heard it, I was like, the moat, what's this, Irish slang or Dublin slang word or something? But, you know, it is back to that. And I think at the end of the day, the moat is not the value you have as an entrepreneur, as a creator, as a builder, is not knowing a little bit about databases. Like, I know a little bit about databases. I did a boot camp in data science. I know so little. It has so little value, really. But, you know, yes, I know about it, you know, the basic principles. But really it's thinking through, well, where is the value? Where is the value in what you're doing? So for me with Tech Founder, the value is very much in our community. We're very much purpose-led. Like the business model is evolving beyond, you know, afterwards. So it's really figuring out, well, where is the value for you? Is it, you know, is it the purpose? Is it the mission? Is it that energy that gives you? Is it the people who congregate because they want to be part of it? You know, is it the distribution? People are saying, oh, distribution is the new moat. But it's this idea, like, where is the value? What have you got uniquely? Do you know some, you know, problem uniquely? Are you passionate about something uniquely? Or have you a unique perspective? Have you, you know, are you unique? Have you unique people around you? Do you know, have you a unique personality? Whatever that is.
Yeah.
Do you know, it's figuring out that is the magic that all of us have, and every one of us has that, you know, uniqueness, and that's what makes us human versus, you know, the AI. That's why the AI will never beat the humans, because, you know, we have that uniqueness and we have that unpredictability. You know?
Beautifully said, beautifully said. Final question, we're a tiny bit over, but I have to ask the final question. You have to ask the final question. So, David, I was looking at your X feed, and a few months ago you tweeted this. It was a lovely tweet. Are you ready? I won't embarrass you. You said
say,
creativity was limited by the mechanics of execution in a way I couldn't perceive until AI opened the floodgates. Now I feel like a supernova of creativity all the time, bordering on mental illness. This is the nauseating excitement builders feel right now. And that was 4 or 5 months ago. Right? And a lot has happened since then. So I want to ask you to revisit that sentiment, and anyone else who wants to contribute to this, what, in the work that you do, and the possibilities for all of this new technology, what are you nauseatingly excited about?
Oh, wow. Okay, I'm glad you picked that one. Yeah. Nothing too spicy. It's okay. Well, yes. So, you know, the way that non-technical people feel empowered right now, just to be frank, the people who most are empowered are the most senior engineers. They are running systems of like literally hundreds of parallel threads of these AIs just constantly churning through data and problems and generating code and self-testing. And I am an engineer by training, so I went down that rabbit hole for a while. And you only have so much attention and so much sort of vital energy and creativity, so you can't, you know, you can't stretch it too thin. So I had to take a step back from trying to do too much, and I had to get off the screen and just read a book and go outside and, you know, be with people to kind of get some new input. But yeah, so I do think that there's a lot about AI that's, you know, it's, some people compare it to a slot machine. You can get too involved with it. But yeah, what am I nauseatingly excited about right now? I'll just say in general that, like, to revisit those words in that tweet, it's like creativity is like becoming unburdened in a way that we've never seen before. And there's a bit of a fear that this is sort of like a temporary moment before the AI learns that too, and then it's like forever away from us. But yeah, if you, I think a lot of people, everyone has ideas, and now is a moment where you can really sort of put them into practice and see them and have them in your hands. And software is much more complicated than it looks. It's not solved, and you will hit challenges. You may not be able to go all the way, but yeah, it's an incredible feeling, and that's why I was always a geek. That's why I always loved computers, is because in the privacy of your own bedroom, for not very much money, you could make this new thing and you could share it. And now everyone has access to that, and you didn't have to have sort of the cultural accident of your youth that you were into computers and not tennis or something like that. Like, now everyone can do it. So I would say, you know, dive in and create something and share it, and hopefully you feel that way too. It's a beautiful feeling.
I think when I think there's like the flip side to all of the opportunity that's been created is like a sense of dread or like overwhelmingness. I don't know if that's a word of all of this opportunity. And like you hear all these stories of like people token maxing, and I've used AI to automate my entire life, and it basically picks my kids up from school, you know, like those kinds of stories. And then you're over here like, oh my God, I'm so far behind. Like I'm going to be unemployable like if I don't keep up. And like that is such a tiny, tiny little percentage of people who are particularly loud, you know, on certain channels. And I used to be that same way when this started happening. I got so overwhelmed by everything that was happening. It's like, I'm so far behind, like I want nothing to do with it. And then like all it takes is find like a little problem or a little annoyance in your life, something that you don't like doing, and be like, maybe I'll ask, you know, Claude, or I'll ask Codex, or I'll ask, you know, an agent to try and solve that for me. And I think that's the quickest way to get that little spark. And again, it could be that's where you kind of sit for a little bit, but at least you've experienced a taste of what that opportunity can be. And it could turn into, you know, spending days, you know, like automating everything away, and that might be really great for you. But I think the best way to kind of like understand that to a degree which is not overwhelming is like take that little annoyance and see if you can make that go away as a way to like stay involved. Because again, it's changing so fast that people who like spend their entire life on OpenClaw, you know, like that might go away in 2 months, and it might be replaced by another product that you're like, oh my God, I have to learn that now too.
Yeah, no, completely. So I just want to talk about being nauseated. What is nauseatingly optimistic? Right, okay. I love it. Okay, so what I am nauseatingly or being nauseatedly optimistic about is it's definitely change. Like there's so much change and energy, and I know obviously the UK is undergoing massive change, but the whole world is undergoing so much change. So there's so much possibility to recreate things and for women to recreate things. And that's what I'm really kind of excited about, is how we can imagine a new world, new societies. You know, forget about the last few hundred years and how horribly patriarchal and rigid and expert-led it became. And how can we go back to like village communities being at the heart of so much, because I think that's at the heart of innovation, the whole idea of communities. I love the idea of labs, because I'm the same. I'm totally overwhelmed. Like I love this conference, but I'm like, oh my gosh, where do I start? Yeah. And it's that whole idea that if we have a collective and a community around us, then we can pull in the expertise when we need them. You know, I can now message David here anytime, but no, but it's having that, you know, you don't need to know it all. It's back to the databases. We don't need to know it all. We just need to have other people who are learning alongside us, who are we're getting creative, you know, that we're kind of leveling up together in some ways. But I suppose for me, it's basically, and also in terms of women, that I think this is an opportunity. Do you know, we never got the funding. We were always kind of, you know, the financial model, like women only could open a bank account in the UK, like in 1985, without a man, without their husband, their husband or their father. Like, it's crazy. So, like, women have been locked out of the financial world, which is the world of power, for so long. And it's something that, in terms of Tech Founder, we say, look, we have to become our own cavalry. We have to support each other, and we have to create this innovation, you know, without the funding. We have to do it by supporting each other. So that's what I'm kind of really excited about. So let's do it.
Let's do it. Thank you to the 5 of you. Thank you to everyone here. This is the last you will see of me. I'm getting off this stage. I know, so sad. Kieran and James are going to come up and say a final farewell and tell you where the party is. Thank you, everyone, for being here. What a day.
If you reload, sorry, refresh the page. And there's no speaker notes. Perfect.
Right, hello everyone. Wow, what a great day. That's been such a whirlwind. Wow. So we've just got a quick kind of wrap-up summary. We obviously don't want to hold everyone up too much before we get down to the beach bar at the Sea Lanes. I'm really excited for that. So yeah, have you got the clicker, Kieran? Yeah, so thanks so much for everyone for sharing your day, and we'd love you to carry on sharing it with that hashtag #CreateWith26. These were some of the favourite posts, but yeah, keep it going as it really helps spread the word with everyone. It just shows off just how friendly this conference is, I think. We had this amazing game running today that Kieran vibe coded, actually. And I've really loved seeing on the screen all the connections people have made. And we did actually have a winner, because there was a prize, and it's Tanya.
Well done. You did take it very seriously, Tanya.
And that's a Stream Deck Neo, which is this really cool little AI device to go on your desk to control Claude. So we hope you love it. Thank you for meeting so many people and getting into it. The next thing that we had, we mentioned earlier, we were going to do a load more entries to our hackathon. We had our digital one last weekend, and this weekend, today, we had a ton more entries.
Yeah, 22, I think. Really high quality stuff, all done in like half an hour. Unbelievable, really.
Yeah, so we've been blown away by that, and we've already shared them with the non-profits, and they're just so excited by some of these. So we're really excited to announce the winners of the hackathons at Evolve tomorrow, which is in the other part of the Brighton Centre. If you're not coming to Evolve, we're going to stream it on our Create With YouTube channel. So we'll post info about how to watch that. But yeah, that's coming up.
Yeah, so at the beginning of the day, Tanvir, who's one of our nerdy buddies, did this session down on the partner stage, which was an open claw hackathon. And if you were lucky enough to be there, he basically spun up like 100 open claws, and everyone in the room built something live. And some people are still building it at this moment with their agents. So everyone got to try out OpenClaw using all our API credits. That's okay. But yeah, there were some very interesting builds as well. So it was a really great experiment, and hopefully we're going to do some more things like that. So this was, is it Jacob who said this to me earlier? And I thought that's a wonderful quote, the favorite thing I've heard all day. So I think that deserves a round of applause. We do try really hard to attract more women to come to the event, and it seems to be working. So hopefully next year we'll get to 50-50. And of course, the event just wouldn't have been possible at all without our sponsors, Bubble, Glide, Softer, Moment, and Make. And we are so grateful to you all. We know that this is uncertain times we live in for a lot of platforms. And a lot of platforms we contacted were just not up for doing any sponsorship of in-person events. They're just putting all their money into Facebook ads and stuff like that. So I think it's really important that we thank the platforms that are willing to step up and support events like this, because that gets us all in the room together. We know that no one here is a bot, everyone here is real, and that's an amazing thing. So thank you so much to all of you. And of course, thank you to all of the speakers who gave up their time, traveled down to Brighton, traveled from other countries, a lot of them, in the blazing heat to come here and speak on topics that they're passionate about. We really appreciate you sharing all your knowledge. it's not easy to find experts in this space because it's so changing all the time and it's really so new. But we think we just had a fantastic selection of people, and we're really grateful to all of you. Thank you.
And of course, this is our first year in Brighton, so we're a bit nervous about how we were going to set up and everything. But our amazing venue partners here at the Brighton Centre, Mascol, Silicon Brighton, Grapefruit Films, Seasoned, Brighton AI, Sussex Innovation, and Tech Native Digital just really helped us make it happen and bring it to Brighton for the first time. So thanks so much to all of them for making it go smoothly.
And of course, to all of our amazing volunteers who also gave up their day, and a lot of them didn't even get to watch many talks and were just sitting stuck on like the registration desk all day. Hopefully we should all buy them a drink later on tonight. But thank you to Matt, Rohit, Saida, Tepua, Georgia, Chinmay, Brooke, Dave, Carla, Kelly, Rose, Alice, Cynthia, Ryan, Anthony, Ashley, Ed, Gaz, Harold, and VJ. And of course, a big final round of applause for yourselves for making it all this way and for being a great crowd for the day and for having all these amazing conversations and connections. Thank you so much. So if you do want to stay in touch with Create With, we do have a membership program where we have a Slack community and we all hang out in there and talk about the latest stuff that's going on with AI and no code. We have bi-weekly office hours on a Zoom call where we just mainly gripe about stuff. But we also learn things together. We do hackathons and all kinds of fun stuff. So you can find out more at createwith.com/join. And next up, we are going to a beach party at the Sea Lanes, which if you go out the doors, turn right again onto the seafront, turn left, and just keep going past the pier, and keep going, and keep going. And it is 15 minutes at a quite a decent pace, I'd say. But it's a really lovely venue, so I think it's worth the walk. So hopefully we'll see you there. Thanks, everyone.